back here at Cremona for the second pre-final of the morning. Philippe Orsala taking victory in Prefinal A. This is Prefinal B for OKJ and Thibaut Ramackers. The Belgian leads the field out onto the circuit here in beautiful springtime sunshine at the Cremona Circuit. We'll take a look at the grid for you. The Belgian and the Scotsman start on the front row. It is Thibaut and Zach. Lewis Werrell starting on the second row of the grid. He has been absolutely electrifying to watch throughout the week. The Forza Racing Team driver, 329. He is alongside the Austrian Nicholas Schaufler. There is the pole setter, Thibaut Ramackers. VDK Racing, pole position. 410 in the Miami Powered Kart Republic. Ramackers, Drummond, Lewis Werrell, Schaufler, Van Langendonk. We roll through the grid quickly for you as the field come around. We're looking further back in the pack. There is Salim Hanna Hernandez, who won last time out at Sardenot on grid 17 alongside Lewis Francis. Ahead of the Irishman, Daniel Kelleher. Louis Corget back on grid 23. Good drive also this weekend from Gino Rocchio. He starts out at grid 28. As the field come around the final corner. Indrek Peschel, grid 31, won the WSK Supermaster Series a year ago in the mini category. So another formation lap. There is one cut going slowly on the infield. You won't believe it, it's Lewis Werrell. Oh no, what a disaster. The Englishman is out before the start. Lewis Werrell. We were quickly having a look at the grid for you. Lewis Werrell to start on the second row of the grid. That was the distraction. Lewis Werrell is out. Lewis from Lincolnshire, furious. The field forming up behind the Belgian, Thibaut Ramackers. Zach Drummond is now the sole Brit at the front of the grid. Lewis Werrell will get a shot of him as the field come around. There is the abandoned Forza Racing Kart in the infield. Lewis out before the start. What a disaster for the driver who has been absolutely electrifying here this weekend at Cremona. That puts a huge hole in his grid position. This afternoon was looking to start on the front row of the grid, but potentially on pole position. That will not happen. The inside second row of the grid is empty. Dries van Langendonk now out of grid 5, has nobody in front of him. He cannot accelerate, he cannot take the place. Has to hold back. Grid 1, Ramackers. Grid 2, Zach Drummond. Grid 3, nothing but fresh air. Lewis Werrell, a sensation here this morning. The Englishman is out. Dries van Langendonk, 351, has to hold back. He's in fact pushing the pole setter, Thibaut Ramackers. They come up to the line. And we race. Ramackers down into turn 1. Zach on the attack. The Glaswegian around the outside now tries the inside. Dries goes up into position 3. A sensation here this morning. Look for the Austrian. There is the Pink Panther, Nicholas Schaufler, who's in position 4. We've lost one of the Soddy cuts as well off the start. It's John Pajola. Ethan Lennon also. Not a good start for the Capetonian. And the Forza Racing Team have lost 2 drivers just moments after the start. Lewis Werrell out before the starters. Dries in the inside takes second place. Ethan Lennon, the Capetonian, also retires on the second corner of the pre-final. There is the Austrian behind the Scotsman fighting for position 3. He now goes side by side with the Kart Republic of the Russian Stepan Antonov, who took that incredible victory in round 2 at Franciacorta. Stepan just gets stronger and stronger as the race goes on. As Dries van Langendonk makes a move down the inside, and the energy course, 351, goes position 1. The Belgians, first and second, skates under brakes into the hairpin at the end of the back straight, the energy course cut. Ahead of the Kz2 Republic, VDK Racing. Twice World Championship winning team, VDK Racing. The Belgian team, the Belgian driver, the Belgian drivers, plural, run 1-2. But Stefan Antonov is coming on strong. A sensation here. Joel Pajola is out. Off the start, Ethan Lennon, the two-time Western Province, Western Cape champion of South Africa. For the English team, had a really strong run into P3 in his final heat yesterday. But he's out, along with his teammate. That was Ethan Lennon's card in the background. The South African, the Cape Townian, retires after just 200 metres on Prefinal B for OKJ. Round 4, the final round, the championship decider here at Cremona, the 2023 WSK Supermaster Series. Stefan Antonov, he'll make a move imminently. Here it comes. On the infield, nicely done in the two Kz2 Republic straight positions. Stefan on the charge, Antonov, the front quarter race winner in P2. Rummakers back to 3, the Belgians first and third. The Russians second and fourth. Skulinov 3-4-1, the Beryl Arts. Zach just behind that, Strumman and Kit Balofsky in superb form as well. As we see Skulinov now go by and take Rummakers, who's back to P4. Here is Zach. But it's Kit Balofsky, the Englishman, who takes the Scotsman. They now go wheel to wheel. Zach looks across in the background. And Drummond can do nothing but cede the place to Kit Balofsky, the kid with the coolest Instagram account in the world. He's got more than 1 million followers on YouTube with some of the coolest kart racing videos you have ever seen. And boy, that kid can drive as well. Kit Balofsky, 3-4-5 for the Beryl Art team, is now up into position 5. There he is defending from the Scotsman. Behind it, you know it's the Austrian, Nicholas Schaufler, 3-0-1, the Pink Panther of the Spanish GPK Racing team. A sensational start to Prefinal B. They go side by side down through the chicane. Balofsky looks behind to Zach Drummond. Zach, he's being attacked by Nicholas Schaufler, who goes on through. There is one of the Tony Karts running very wide. It was Cristian Tonellini fighting with his fellow Italian Gino Rocchio in the DR Racing Karts. There is Jerry Skulinov, P3 in the Beryl Arts. We start lap 6 of the 17-lap pre-final. There is Nicholas Schaufler, 3-0-1, the Austrian. Dries van Langendonk from Zolder in Belgium for the team from Bergamo, position 1, 3-5-1. Stefan Antonov, though, ominously has gone 0.2 of a second faster. Antonov with a 48, 3-0-7. Here's 0.3 of a second. Behind the Belgian in position 1, it's going to come down though. Wide line from Dries van Langendonk into the double right-hander. Antonov behind van Langendonk. Skulinov, Thibaut Rummakers. The Belgians first and fourth, the Russians second and third. Kit Balofsky, the Brit. There he is in P5, looks over his shoulder. Nicholas Schaufler is going to attack him at 123 k's an hour across the start-finish line. The Austrian gets the slipstream. Zach Drummond, then Mitch Halban, Kirill Ditzia, Vivek Cantana, Salim Hernandez, El Colombiano, who won last time out at Sano. He is the WSK Open Cup champion in position 11. Chiara Batig. Wow, what a start from Chiara. She rocks up into the edge of the top 10. The 2022 Swiss champion, Chiara Batig, P12, just behind the WSK Open Cup champion, Salim Hernandez, ahead of Louis Cochet, ahead of the two-time Irish and European champion, Daniel Kelleher, Joel Gaelbag, Busso, Peschel, Oscar Rylov, and Luca Houghton rounds out the 20. Is Mitch Halban going through, the Ward Racing team driver, ahead of Kantan. Chiara Batig, what a superb drive. She's in P12. Back to the fight for the fronts. Stefan Antonov, P2. The gap is 0.18 of a second officially, but you can see it's only 2 kart lengths, if that, make it 1 kart length. Skulinov, the second Russian. catching up to the back of his countryman. It is the Belgian who goes sideways on the exit. That cost him. Watch into the right-hander. Steppen waits. If you're just joining our coverage right now, this is Prefinal B for OKJ. Lewis Werrell was out before the start. His teammate Ethan Lennon retires a few hundred metres after the green on this corner right there. Joel Pajola out on the start-finish line. Elliot Kaczynski is out. And Lewis Francis, the Australian, also has retired. The 308 Cup Republic of the Australian, who was consistently in the top 5 all weekend throughout the heats, will have to come from near on the back of the grid. Speaking of which, Christian Tonolini, he's down in P28, but he's done a 48.184. He's faster even than the race leaders. Stepan Antonov. Here's a move down the inside into the double right-hander. Nicely done. Antonov goes P1. Kz2 Prefinal looks back over his shoulder. Jerry Skubanov is coming on hard. And the barrel art. Romica still P4 from Schaufler. Drummond, the Scotsman, has retaken the Englishman Kit Polowski. It's here Vivek Kantan from New York, USA. Vivek Kantan from Gr3 He's up into P9. Superb drive. And Salim Hannah Hernandez round out the 10. This is lap 11 on Prefinal B for OK Junior. Nicholas Schaufler with the 48.103. The fastest driver on the circuit is the Austrian ahead of the Scotsman. Zach Drummond, the Glaswegian, in P6. Just giving you an update. This stage of the weekend before the final this afternoon, Kz2 Prefinal in P2 is now the championship leader. It is very fluid what I'm about to tell you. 201 points to Stepan Antonov. Stepan Antonov, the gap is 0.3 of a second back to Kz2 Prefinal, who has not let the Czech Republic try to get away. Still the Belgians in 2 and 4, still the Russians in 1 and 3, and the Austrian Nicholas Schaufler in P5 from Zach Drummond and Kipolowski. 5 laps remaining at the end of this one. Stepan Antonov, remember back to Franciacorta when he was in the grass in the opening stages, fought back brilliantly to take victory. And he is a contender for the championship as well. We are getting news from race control that one driver is about to be black flagged. Just trying to confirm this. 301, the Austrian Nicholas Schaufler has just been shown the black flag. He was under investigation. From the start, we didn't want to mention this until we could confirm it. Nicholas Schaufler's been black flagged. Another sensation here this morning at Cremona. Schaufler, the fastest driver on the circuit, with a 48.103, has been black flagged. Oh boy, the sensations continue here this morning. Schaufler was under investigation and he's out. So we've lost Schaufler, we lost Lewis Werrell before the start. The championship contenders are dropping, and Stepan Antonov, who put himself into contention with that stunning victory at Franciacorta, goes P1 in Prefinal B. An incident off screen has also claimed Mish Albin, And the American Vivek Kantan. Vivek was in P7 after storming through from grid 21. He's out. Mitch Albin is also out. There is a local yellow at the exit of turn 5 for the moment. We may get a glimpse in the background. Dries van Langendonk is staying with Stepan Antonov. So Schaufler black flagged and out. Lewis Werrell out before the start. Mitch Albin, Vivek Kantan come together. The Dutchman and the American retire. That was Ethan Lennon's card in the background. There is the crash off screen. Vivek Kantan, Mitch Albin are out. And they're still discussing it. It does not look like a friendly conversation. The American and the Dutchman, Mitch Albin, who kicks the tyres off screen furiously, he's out. Nicholas Schaufler, black flag, that's a sensation. No problem for Stepan Antonov, who's about to come around and complete lap 15, 2 laps to go. The Energy Course team just to the right of your screen. You can just see them under the bridge there. Team manager Simone Sorio watching on his young Belgian protege. In P2, they know that a pre-final victory, which carries with it a bag of points as well, is still on offer for the driver who lives on the former Belgian Gr3 Circuit of Zolder. Jerry Skulinoff, Thibaut Ramakers, the second Belgian. Zach on the back of this pack is the Glaswegian. Gr3 Salim Hernandez has avoided the carnage. The Colombian P7 Kiara rocks up into P8. Batig inside the top 10 ahead of Louis Cochet and the twice Irish champion Daniel Kelleher. Last lap for Stepan Antonov, the last ronde for Dries van Langendonk. 48-10 for Stepan. Goes purple on the penultimate lap of the race, puts half a second between himself and the first of 2 Belgians inside the top 4. Stepan Antonov, the Franciacorta race winner, will also win Prefinal B here this morning at Cremona. Here's Thibaut Ramakers in the background, closing in on the back of Jetty Skulinoff. Out front, Stepan Antonov in the 3-1-0 Cup Republic. Has just got a couple of 100 metres to go. He rounds the final few corners. Filippo Sala wins Prefinal A for OKJ. Stepan Antonov in the Cup Republic of Franciacorta round 2 winner. Wins Prefinal B. Dries across the line in P2. Ramakers and Skulinoff side by side across the line. It's Jerry who beats home Thibaut to third place. Zach, P5 for the Glaswegian. The rest of the field comes storming across the line. That's Guy Elbag ahead of Halton, Melnikov, Ilef, Oscar the Ilef that is. Boda, Gino Rocchio, Rad, Tonellini, Darren Chang, Grovko, Tomas Gender. And Nefeli Cosmopolis rounds the final corner. She takes the checkered flag in the background for the Cosmo Rally Kart Academy from Greece. A sensational pre-final B here this morning. Incidentally, Ian Kralik, the German, with the fastest lap of the race. Ian Kralik, the only driver under the 48-second bracket. He finishes P13 with a 47.985 lap time. There is Lewis Werrell to the bottom left of your screen, walking back to the pits after not making the start. Stepan Antonov wins it. Dries van Langendonk P2, Jerry P3, and Thibaut 4. The Russians first and third, the Belgians second and fourth. Zach, the Glaswegian. Drummond P5 from Kirill Ditsiev, Salim Hernandez. Good try from him ahead of Kiara Batig, Louis Cochet, and Daniel Kelleher P10 kicked after running P4 earlier in the race. P11 from Peschel, Ian Kralik P13, but the German with the fastest lap of the race. The list of retirements was long. Vivek Kantan, Mitch Albin coming together. 28th and 29th, they're classified. Nicholas Schaufler, sensationally black flagged. The Troja was out. Kaczynski, Lewis Francis, Lewis Werrell before the start. Joel Pajola at the start. And Ethan Lennon after just 2 corners in Prefinal B. The grid is now set for the OK Junior Final this afternoon. Stay with us. We'll take a very short break from Cremona. The final round of the WSK Supermaster Series continues. We'll be back at Cremona in just a moment.
So give me
We rolled through the grid for you. Prefinal A, 60 mini under 10. Legenki, the WSK Champions Cup champion, on pole position, 5:01. Michele Orlando, who won here in the WSK Open Series, to start out of grid 2, but he's not there. The Formula K card is going slowly. There is Nikita Botte from the outside second row of the grid, looking across. He can't take the place. Michele Orlando is going slowly, trying to catch up to the back of the pack. But there's a problem with the Italian's car. Now he catches up. There he is in the background and tries to slide into position. Nikita Botte looks over his shoulder. And now the Formula K is in position too, but there does seem to be a cloud, metaphorically, over the Italian's Formula K kart. Let's hope for his sake that he's okay. He starts out of grid 2. Legenki, the Ukrainian, out of P1. Just behind him is the championship leader, Antoine Finot. We don't race. Another formation lap. Mini under 10, Prefinal A. So it looks okay for the moment for Michele Orlando, who took a fabulous victory here at Cremona in the WSK Open Series a month ago. Legenki, the WSK Champions Cup winner, he took victory on the 29th of January at South Garda Karting Lanato to kickstart the 18th season of WSK promotion. There is Antoine Finot. He won a week later in the first round of this, the WSK Supermaster Series, and the DAP driver from Belgium, the red and yellow machine, 543, starts on the second row of the grid. He is the championship leader. Maximus Unt, who won at Sano, is second in the championship. Legenki is third in the championship. There's not much between the first 6 in the title or the 60 mini under 10 category. Orlando in the Formula K kart on the outside front row of the grid. 10 laps of the 1,210 meter circuit. Cremona. This beautiful circuit south of Milan, in the north of Italy. It is the Ukrainian on pole position, under the control of our race director, Marco Carlino. Legenki waves down. It looks as though the Ukrainian is not happy with the start, but it matters little because we race. He looks over his left shoulder, and you know it's the Belgian in the DAP who slots up into second place. Not for long. Orlando sends it, but he goes wide. Lazzaro, what a start from the third row of the grid. That is the Danilo Rossi racing kart of the Portuguese driver Xavier Lazzaro, who's on the back of the WSK Champions Cup champion as they go down the back straight for the first time. Lazzaro, can the Portuguese driver take the lead? The answer for the moment is no, because he leaves the door open for the first baby race team driver. Legenki has still got the race lead. Super start from the driver from Switzerland, Albert Tam. For the Brescian baby race team, he's all over the back of the team driver who started from pole position. Tam trying to make a move. We'll watch the speeds as they come across the line for the first time. Legenki in pole position, then the race lead, but not 106 k's an hour, 104 k's an hour for Legenki. But he cannot withstand the challenge from Albert Tam, who goes through to take the lead. Lazzaro, position 3. Vinot, Botte, Waltz. Drew Waltz, the driver from Idaho in the United States of America, in the 533 baby race car. Ahead of Michele Orlando, Mason Robertson, Alessandro Truccio, Eduardo Carlucci in position 10. Clean start for Prefinal A for the 60 mini under 10 category. 25 drivers, 25 still in the race. We see Andrea Saka in the background go up onto two wheels, and Daniel Hakkinen takes him. A fan out coming across the line in the background. Albertam still with the race lead. Legenki now 106 k's an hour down the straight. It's about as quick as we've seen all weekend here at Cremona. There is Waltz. Drew dances on through, and the American up in a P6. Nice pass. And Lazaro, after attacking for the lead, he's back in a P7, tried to get the American back. Albertam in P1. The Swiss-Estonian driver for the Brescian team, Baby Race, in first place. .53.818 for Michele Orlando. There is the Formula K card in position 4. As we start lap 4, Tam, P1. Head down behind the steering wheel for Legenki. Botte, the Ukrainian, second and third from the first Italian, Michele Orlando. 53.686 for Alessandro Truscio in P8. There is Truscio in the background, pulls out, tries to take Lazaro and Waltz as well as they go down the back straight. There is Vanot, the championship leader, the Belgian. This is something like his 12th or 13th race for the young Belgian in 2023 alone. Has raced virtually every weekend since the very start of the year. He finished P2, the final corner to Legenki in the season opening WSK Champions Cup. Legenki in position 2. The Ukrainians work together. The Swiss driver for the Brescian team in P1. 53.550 for Domenico Cotto, who's ahead of the Estonian Mark Lumets in P13. But Domenico, also another WSK debutant, sets the fastest lap of the race. He's a tenth of a second faster than the race leader, Tam. Legenki, team driver. Nikita Botte, the LKE-powered Lenzo kart. The Ukrainian driver for the Sicilian team, the Sicilian manufactured kart of Michele Lenzo. There is Nikita, shadows his countryman, works the wheel aggressively, too much so. And Nikita goes on through the double right-hander, makes the place. And the Ukrainians swap positions. Marco Verde, Achille Ria have both retired. As we go into the second half of Prefinal A for the 60 mini under 10 category. That's the Lenzo card on your screen of Nikita Botte. Team change to the Lenzo kart team. For 2023, he's in position 2, looks over his shoulder back to his countryman. There is Truscio, P4 for the French-American ahead of Orlando Carlucci. Up into P6, Lazaro, Watts, Robertson, and Jason Cosmopoulos. Antoine Vanot, P11 for the championship leader. He needs to recover something out of this, the DAB driver. The Belgian first in the points. There are points on offer, a big bag of them as well for the pre-final here today. 4 laps now remaining for Albertam, 53.6 for the Swiss driver. There are the Ukrainians on your screen. They work together. Botte still from Legenki. The gap is 1.1 seconds, even though the drivers in second and third are working together. They are losing time from the Swiss Estonian. 1.179 seconds between Albertam and Nikita Botte last time round. And the problem for the two Ukrainians is Alessandro Truscio, the driver who kicked off 2023 with victory in Miami in the Swiss Winter Nationals, is catching the both of them. Orlando, who loves the Cremona Circuit. There is the Formula K card. Carlucci for the CMT team. Just behind Waltz, Lazaro, Robertson, and Cosmopoulos. Vanot still in P11. Will get nothing out of the pre-final points-wise. And will start further back on the grid than he would have liked. He is the championship leader coming into this, the 4th final deciding round of the WSK Supermaster Series. The gap out to 1.3 seconds. even though the two drivers, the three drivers on your screen work together. Tam 14 Baby Race in first place is pulling away from all three of them. .3 seconds between Albert Tam, Nikita Botte, Alexander Legenki. Tam looking good for a front row start for the final later this afternoon. This is the third pre-final of the morning. This is the championship decider, the WSK Supermaster Series here at Cremona, down the back straight. And the Baby Race team driver has got 1.3 seconds from the two Ukrainians and Trushaw, who's right there in the parallel. Orlando Colucci, the two Italians, ahead of Walt Lazzaro, Mason Robertson, the Scottish Spaniard ahead of Jason Cosmopoulos. From the other side of the Adriatic Sea, the driver for the Cosmo Rally Kart Academy team, the 611 Energy course of Jason, rounds out the 10. Last lap for Albert Tam. He will win the pre-final here this morning. A good bag of points and a good starting position for the final later this afternoon as the sun comes out to shine and Trushaw attacks the two Ukrainians. Legenke, the WSK Champions Cup champion from Nikita Botte. Trushaw, the Skusa Winter Nationals champion, is trying to attack the both of them. He makes the move under brakes. What a move from Alessandro! Two Ukrainians in one corner. He looks over his shoulder twice, three times. Trushaw sent it up into second place. What a pass, what a move for P2. Defend, Tam wins. Legenki back into third place from Botte. That's Orlando and Colucci out front. That checkered flag waves and Tam wins pre-final A. It all kicked off in the time stages. The move of the day, no doubt. Alessandro Trushaw, second place from Legenki, Orlando, Colucci, and Nikita Botte, P6. Daniel Hakkinen crosses the line. That's Andrea Sacca. The retirements, Nidon Lorente, Marco Verde, and Achille Ray, the Franciacorta round 2 race winner. Tam takes the victory. Albert from Alessandro, Alexander, P3. Then it was Orlando Colucci, the two Italians. Nikita Botte, Drew Waltz, the American, Xavier Lazzaro, who was attacking for the lead on the first lap. Mason Robertson, Jason Cosmopoulos for the Cosmo Rally Kart Academy team. P10, Lumet in for Nantes, the championship leader, only position 12. We'll take a very short break here at Cremona. We'll be back with pre-final B for 60 Mini under 10 in just a moment. Prefinal B for 60 mini under 10, and Leo Gr3 leads the field out onto the circuit. We'll take a look at the grid for you. Mini Kz2 makes it a baby race front row lockout. Gr3 and Kz2 ahead of Sebastian Escandari, Alex Malotta. We believe there might be a problem for Davide Moscardi, the AB racing driver, to start alongside Antonio Ianni on the 6th row of the grid. We'll keep you updated. Davide Moscardi looking for the AV racing driver. In the 5A2 race event, Caroline. So the field being led around by the two baby race drivers. Leo Gr3, who won a couple of weeks ago at Castelletto alongside Mini Kz2, Sebastian, the Queenslander, Alex Malotta, the Slovakian, Maximus und Nicolo Pedico, Roland Nagy, Didier Crip, Petsuto, and Antonio Cieppa. 6th row of the grid should be Moscardi and Antonio Ianni, Oliver Cini for Tingamoto, Andre Kruglik, Dante Ortega, the Mexican, LDP, and Lee, Branislav Renka, Siva, Osachi Suchlovsky, and Tobias Muller, the German. Elton head four, Sabia Dudkowski, Rydell, and Shahinaj, another formation lap. We don't race this time. Elton alongside Savary, Sebastian Rydell, and Laurent Shahinaj for MLG Racing, the Swiss driver of Albanian descent. Davide Moscardi, we believe that the race event driver from Italy, has not come out onto the circuit, desperately trying to look out the window of our commentary studio to see the Italian. He does not seem to be there for the moment. No problem for Leo Gr3, Castelletto race winner in the previous round of the WSK Open Series 2 weeks ago at Castelletto di Branduzzo. Great to be back at the other northern Italian circuit a couple of weeks ago. And he finished P3 at Sano, the previous round of the series, won by Maximus und Mini Kz2. That is Daniel, was P2, and Gr3, who's on pole position, the British pole, or the Polish Brit, was P3 on that day in Sano. 5.26, he's on pole position. Leo out of grid 1, Daniel out of grid 2. The baby race drivers lock out the front row of the grid. Watch Sebastian, the Queenslander, in the Tony kart from grid 3 up to the line. We don't race once again. Antonio Ianni waving the right fist in the air. He was not happy with that at all. Thankfully for him, there was no start because he was right in the middle of the circuit. An instant 5-second penalty. Had we have gone green, he knew it. Did the young Italian in the 6.22 CRG. Confident he is Antonio. Alex Malotta, the Slovakian, on the 2nd row of the grid, alongside Sebastian Escandari, who took pole position in round 2 of this, the WSK Supermaster Series at Franciacorta back in February. Watch out for Nicolo Pedico. His father, Alessandro Pedico, the WRC World Rally Championship driver, is watching on his boy, Alessandro Pedico. Watching Nicolo Pedico, who was on the podium last time out at Castelletto, the WRC driver, here with us at Cremona. There's his boy in the Energy kart, the Energy team down in pit lane, waiting for the start. Gr3 to the left of your screen, Kz2 to the right. Sebastian, the Queenslander, the Vortex-powered Tony kart out of grid 3. We try again, up to the line, the pole on pole. This time we race. And the field scattered down into turn 1. Sebastian right on the back of Leonardo. And he tries to make the move. Maximus Unt in the World Racing Tony kart almost runs into the back of the factory entry of the Australian. It's the pole from the Queenslander and the Swede trying to take the lead. Maximus Unt, who won last time out at Sano, in P3. Elia Petsuto has missed a start. Also Dante Ortega, the Mexican, has got a wall to climb if he's to make it up to the front in this Prefinal B for 60 mini under 10. Eskandari now back to P5. Behind the Slovakian, Alex Malota for the Firefly Racing Team goes side by side. The Australians being attacked on the inside. On the outside by the Dutchman Didier Kreeft. Alex Malota up to P4, Maximus on P2. And as they started, it is as you were. Gorski P1 and Kuzkov second place. Down through the chicane for the second time, Prefinal B for 60 mini under 10. If it was to end right now, Gorski would start the final from pole position. This is lap 2 of 10 of the 60 mini under 10 Prefinal B, round 4 of the 2023 WSK Supermaster Series. The championship which dates back to 2010. As Maximus makes the move on Mini Kuzkov. And watch Malota try and go through there. Sebastian Eskandari. The Vortex-powered Tony Kart. He'll get the slipstream from 3 karts as Maximus signals ahead to Kuzkov to try and chase down Gorski. 106 k's an hour from Sebastian Eskandari in the Vortex-powered Tony Kart. 103 for Gorski, who cuts a hole in the air for the rest of the pack as Sebastian sends it. And the Tony Karts now in 3rd and 4th. 2nd and 3rd, I should say. Both gone by Kuzkov with that move. Daniel Kuzkov, younger brother of Kirill Kuzkov, racing in OK for the DPK Racing Team. This is Mini Kuzkov, the second of the 3 Kuzkov siblings. It is a mouthful. Super Kuzkov watching on trackside here at Cremona. Daniel on the back of the 2 Tony Karts. They're both catching Leo Gorski. Castelletto race winner for the British-based pole for the Brescian team. Baby race, Sebastian right behind Maximus, pushes him down the straight at 106 k's an hour. 103 for Gorski, who punches a hole in the air for the 2 Tony Karts. Kuzkov, P4 from Malota and Roland Nagy, the 2 Slovakians. Ahead of Antonio Acepa, the pole, so the 3 Eastern European drivers ahead of Didier Kreeft. Nicolo Perico, P9, and Branislav Renko rounds out the 10. Sebastian sends it, and from 2nd place, the Australian takes P1. Nice pass under brakes at the end of the back straight. Has to be careful into this, not the left, but the double right. Right there, he leaves the door open. But he gets him back on the exit. Now Maximus follows him through the 2 Tony Karts. And the 2 Baby Race Team drivers work together. Alex Malota is trying to attack all 4 of them. The Slovakian sits back in the slipstream. Sebastian leads from Maximus. The round 3 winner for the Ward Racing Team. Tony Kart first and second here at Cremona this morning. With that, the order is changing. Legenki provisionally would start on pole position for the final, but we've still got the second half of Prefinal B to decide the grid for this afternoon's championship decider here at Cremona. Nicolo Perico goes up into P8. The 8-year-old who can already drift a Subaru WRX World Rally Championship car at 8 years of age on the ice, I kid you not. The talented young Lombardo, as we said, his father, WRC driver, Alessandro, watching on Nicolo Perico. He was on the podium at Castelletto. He's just lost a position, though, to Renka and Kreeft. Sebastian has got the race lead. What a superb performance from the Queenslander here in the north of Italy. The Belmont State School student in Brisbane, Queensland, Australia, is leading the world's best under 10 drivers here in the north of Italy for the Tony Kart Racing Team. Maximus, who won the last time out at Naples in P2 for the Swedish Ward Racing Team. Sebastian leaves the door open. He loses 2 positions, though, in 1 corner. To the Maximus for Unt. And the Swede takes the lead. 4 laps now remaining in Prefinal B. Fastest driver on the circuit is Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, the Tsunami Virus Racing Team driver, the Italian 53716. He's just got by Didier Kreeft, and after that strong start, Perico's fallen back to P11. Ahead of Savary Dudkowski, Sini, Yanni, Ni, Kruglik, and Tiberius Muller. Sebastian thought about it under brakes. Maximus is pushing him. The Ward Racing driver from Steadier. Team owner, team manager, Joachim Ward celebrating his 44th birthday here at the circuit. Well, 44 plus 10. It would be a great present for Joachim if his boy can go 2 in a row and indeed take out the championship title. The WSK Supermaster Series, the first time we have racing for the under 10 category. We start lap 8. Kutzkopf has got the lead. Sebastian trying to attack once again. Up the inside, not this time, no problem for Gurski. But he goes out into the grass. Oh, a big moment for the pole, who started from pole. And we've lost one of the Formula Ks in the background as well. Gurski lucky to hang on to that. It was Bronislav Ranka who's gone off in the background. And the front duo, it's now Daniel Kutzkopf and Sebastian Eskandari. It is on between Gurski, Malotta and Acepa. The two Poles, the two Slovakians, Rolanagi's right there as well. How lucky was Leo Gurski to hold on to that and not put the baby race cart into the wall. His teammate, Mini Kutzkopf, looks over his shoulder, and the Queenslander shadows him down into turns 3 and 4. The penultimate lap of Prefinal B for 60 Mini under 10. Gurski still in position 2, but 1.7 seconds off the battle for the lead. Surely the Prefinal B will be won by either the Russian or the Australian. Baby race parallel in first and third. Gurski's recovered superbly. It is Antoni Acepa in the gold cart, which is painted blue, of yet another Polish driver. He's up in a P4 ahead of Malotta Pedicol. Good recovery. He's now into 6 from Grift. Maximus North back to 8. Rolanagi. The Indonesian Oliver Sini rounds out the 10. We start the last lap of the race. Kutzkopf from Eskandari, who throws it into the right-hander, knowing he'll get the slipstream as they come across the line at 106 k's an hour. Sebastian on the back of Daniel. This is the last lap of Prefinal B. Eskandari, who took pole position for the second round of the championship at Franciacorta, tries the outside, runs out of road. Kutzkopf covers him off, looks over his left shoulder. A thrilling end to Prefinal B. The final this afternoon will be absolutely electrifying. They go side by side down the back straight. Kutzkopf with the baby race Caroline in the middle of the circuit. The Vortex powered Tony karts. They're both looking back because their teammate Gurski's catching the both of them. Here's an opportunity, not into the left, but the right-hander coming up right now. Kutzkopf knows it covers the line. Watch Sebastian shoot back. Down the inside, they go wheel to wheel. Sebastian sends it. The baby race team drivers go second and third, and the Queenslander from the land down under for the Tony Kart Racing team takes a brilliant victory in Prefinal B this afternoon. Sebastian Eskandari wins it from Leo Gurski, Kutzkopf, Acepa und Niccolò Perico, che bel recupero. Sesta posizione, 6th position for the Italian, who dropped down to P12 earlier in the race. What a thrilling final that was. There is Bronislav Ranka crossing the line now. He just turned around in the grass 3 laps from the end, but does take the checkered flag. Boy, how good was that? Prefinal B for 60 Mini under 10. Sebastian wins it for the Tony Kart Racing team. Gurski, P2 for the pole, who started from pole. Mini Kutzkopf, P3, Acepa und Pedicol. Rolanagi, Didier Kreft, Simi, the Indonesian, and Alex Malotta, the second Slovakian, rounds out the 10 for the Firefly Racing team. Yanni Lee Dudkolski, Osachi Shushlovsky, that's Sever ahead of Andrei Kruglik. The drive from Tobias Muller. Second WSK race for the German ahead of Elton Headforth, who brings it home in position 17. Davide Moscati out before the start. back here at Cremona. The carts come out onto the circuit. This is 60-minute Gr3 Prefinal A. Bagel and the Brit on pole from Bosco Arias. Bogdan Cosmo Christopher, Bruno Gritz, Vladimir Ivanikov, the American Ash Rockstein, Riven Esteves and Pietro Baguti. The English-Italian driver works himself back into contention. Ramek Samcic, Ludovico Mazzola, Luka Malbasha, the Serbian from Belgrade, the team driver, Lorenzo D'Amico, Manuel Miguez for Tinkamoto, John Matteo Russo. Well, the previous round winner, the Panamanian, back onto P14, Filipenko, Kalausian, Blandino, Girardello, Oscar Poberac, I'm sorry, to get it correct. Angelina Torres, Nicolas Stanley, the two Spaniards together, Antonio Cocchianella, and the Canadian, Justin Di Lucia. John Matteo Russo won the previous round of the series at Sarno. He is back on grid 15. Has a big job to do here this morning. Hasn't really had the speed. Let's hope for his sake, for the Panamanian's sake, he's found something magical. He's ahead of Kalaustian, Filipenko, Blandino, Girardello, Pobere, Angelina Torres, Justin Di Lucia, the Canadian, in the Intrepid, rounding out the field, starting right behind the American, Nicolas Stanley, the Spanish-American from Madrid for Tinkamoto. It is the brilliant Brit Baglin who starts on pole position in the iCart entry 515. 4 heat victories from 4 starts yesterday. The driver to beat, he won. He crossed the line, I should say correctly, at Sarno. P1, but a post-race penalty dropped him off the podium, looking for revenge here at Cremona. Bosco, the team driver on grid 2, Baglin, the Brit, on pole position. We don't race, another formation lap. Bosco goes through as though we're going green. The Spaniard. 14 driver, the team driver attack, Bogdan Cosmo Christopher, who took pole position on Friday. Bogdan Cosmo Christopher, pole position in 60 mini. His older brother David taking a pole position in OK Junior. A sensational family for the Cosmo Christopher brothers. Sensational day for the Cosmo Christopher family, I should say. It's been a long weekend so far. We raced 29 heats yesterday. We raced 17 times on Friday as well. We're down to the 9 pre-finals this morning. And of course, the 5 finals to decide the 2023 WSK Supermaster Series champions. This time we race, and the field scattered down into turn 1. Ludovico Mazzola in the Tony Kart immediately in the middle of the pack. Watch the Italian try and make his way through, but it's Baglin from pole position who goes position 1. Team driver, 2nd and 3rd, Bosco. He is back behind his Romanian teammate as they go down through the chicane for the first time. Great start by the pole, Bruno Gritz, that's him in position 4 in the parallel. First baby race team driver, Riven Esteves, a Swiss driver, is fighting with Pietro Baguti. The English-Italian making his way aggressively up through the pack, taking no prisoners. He's Pietro, after not qualifying so well, but he's got the speed here this morning. Baglin leads in the iCart entry. Bosco, who's going for his 3rd WSK race win here at Cremona this weekend. He won in Castelletto. He won that brilliant 2nd round of the championship at Franciacorta. At the moment, he comes across the line in 2nd place, just ahead of his teammate Bogdan Cosmo Christopher. Ivanikov for Tinkamoto, P4. Head of Bruno Gritz, Ramek Samcic. The 2 poles ahead of Ash Rockstein. He was P2 in the WSK Open Series, the driver from Florida in the United States of America. Head of Lorenzo D'Amico, Pietro Baguti, Blandino, Miguez also for Tinkamoto. Esteves drops back to P12 from Filipenko, Mazzola. Off-screen, Melvin Kalaustian's had a moment and only just comes across the start-finish line now to complete his first lap. He's down in 23rd position. We start lap 3 of Prefinal A for 60-minute Group 3. Bosco on the back of Backlund. Vladimir Ivanikov, Bruno Gritz, Ramek Samchik. That's the first 6. First 5 have pulled away ever so slightly. Samchik, Oxteen, Pietro in P8 from Blatino, and Manuel Miguez. Here is Samchik for the Kivix Driver Academy. Asher Oxteen, Pietro Baguti. And as the field settled into a rhythm, Backlund leads the way, but he's been countered by the 2 team drivers from Spain and Romania collectively here in the north of Italy. Bosco pulls out of the slipstream. Bosco takes Backlund. And the Brit, who has dominated here at Cremona all weekend, is back to second for the first time here at Cremona. Bosco Arias, the second generation racer. AC Motorsport from Valencia in Costa Blanca in beautiful Spain on the Spanish coast, together with the Italian team driver. He won at Franciacorta, he won at Castelletto, and now he's taken the lead at the right time of the weekend. He puts Backlund back to second place. The Brit, who has been brilliant in the iCart entry, with team drivers ahead and behind. Bogdan Cosmo Christopher. Meanwhile, Cristian Blandino has done a 53.650, the fastest lap of the race. There is Vladimir Ivanikov for Team Komoto. He won in the WSK Euro Series in 2022 at South Garda Karting Renato, where we kicked off the 2023 WSK promotion season, the 18th season of WSK promotion. This is the 22nd circuit we have ever raced at, and it is a pleasure to be here at Cremona. About 1 hour south of Milan in the north of Italy, the sun is shining. The breeze is picking up. We are on a dry track for the moment. Hopefully it stays that way. After quite a heavy downpour yesterday morning, we were on the wet tyres. The clouds cleared in the afternoon, the track dried, and it stayed that way as we re-rubber in this 1,210-metre circuit. The front trio, 1, 2 and 3. There is Bruno Gritz up into P4, the pole. Having a good run, he's just got by Vladimir Ivanikov. There is Blandino in the background, 5.56. The CRG, who's come from Grid 17. No surprise to note that he's gone the fastest with a 53.495. Another fastest lap for the Italian in the CRG. Blandino gets by Baguti, who himself gets by Asher Oxteen. The American, position 2 in the WSK Open Cup here at Cremona. Asher back to P8 in the 555 CRG. And it's another American, Nicholas Stanley, 14 Komoto. He's come from way outside the top 20 on the grid. Nicola from Madrid is ahead of Mark Filipenko, who rounds out the 10. Second half of Prefinal A for 60-minute Group 3. .457 for John Matteo Russo. Remember him? He won the previous round of the championship at Sano. He won multiple times in 2022. But the Central American is down in 16th place. They've Coquinella, Tirardello, Esteves, Angelina Torres, Di Lucia, Popore, and Melvin Kalaustian. He's just gone faster than anybody. But a 53.457, as quick as it might be, is still 5 seconds off the race lead as we go down into turn 1 now, the tying stages of Prefinal A. 23 drivers, 23 still on the circuit, being led by the Spaniard, the second generation racer, Bosco Arias. AC Motorsport, that's his father. Former single-seater racer in Spain 2 decades ago. As Bosco, his boy, looks over his shoulder. Bogdan does likewise in P3. Baglan sits there. He will make a move. The Gr3 is short of that. In a 5-1-5 I-cut. It's imminent, and it may be coming up in the double right-hander right now. Bogdan on the back of Baglan. Too far back this time on Bosco. Two laps now remaining in Prefinal A. Bosco out here is driving superbly, pulling away ever so slightly from Noah Baglan. Bogdan Cosmo Christopher in position 3. The gap 0.17 of a second. Russo with another fastest lap of the race. The Panamanian, the previous round winner, stuck in position 14. Last lap next time round now. Bogdan trying to pass Baglan. Bosco's got the race lead. Leaves the door open. Baglan goes wheel to wheel. Bosco looks over his right shoulder. Baglan over the ripple strip. Arias tolerating 0 from the Brit Baglan. Oh boy, it all comes alive here in the dying stages. This is the final lap. Prefinal A for 60 mini. Superb racing. The Spaniard, the Brit. And the driver from Bucharest into Romania is Bogdan Cosmo Christopher. Vladimir Ivaninko for Team Komodo P4. And Blandino, the first Italian P5. He is flying around the circuit. He's being attacked though by Bruno Gr3 who was in P4. Fastest driver on the circuit is the CRG in P5, but position 1, the Spaniard from Costa Blanca in Spain, the second generation racer. Needs to close the door right there. Oh, he does so just. Baglan does not. Team driver go 1-2 in the pre-final. Vamos! Bosco Arias and the Spaniard wins pre-final A here at Cremona this morning. Bogdan, the fastest qualifier across the line in P2, and Baglan third. Melvin Kowalski, after that first lap incident this week, crosses the line now in 23rd position. Bosco Arias wins here at Cremona. Pre-final A for 60 mini. Bogdan takes Baglan on the back of Bosco for second place on the last lap of the race. The Spaniard from the Romanian and the driver from the Kings England in position 3. Vladimir Ivaninko for Team Komodo P4, Blandino Gr3, Pietro Baguti, the American Spaniard Nicholas Stanley, Mark Hilipenko, and Asher Oxten, P2 in the WSK Open Cup Series here at Cremona, but P10 in the pre-final here this morning. Billy C on pole position alongside the championship leader, Dean the Dutchman, Zulfikari, Killen Harvey, Eiley Christian, Mariano Lopez, Via Piana. That's Luke Towell out of 8. Marty from Monaco. and Che on the podium at front, a quarter out of 10. Waltz, Shebel, Bruno Blanco, Billy Van Staveren, Kasper Reipold, Igor Pedrotti, Maxim Borbachov, Emilio Byrne, Adam Brilla, and Boris block in a Cypriot ahead of Samuel Giannini and Ella Hakkinen out of grid 22. So the field going slowly around the circuit. It looks as though we'll have just a single formation lap, being led by Billy C from Melbourne, Australia. Surely it is Williams Day. He's been so close. He has led, he has qualified on pole position. He has won heat races. He's won pre-finals. He has not taken out his maiden WSK victory despite having the speed, but zero luck in the past season or so. Dean the Dutchman, he is the championship leader for the Kz2 Driver Academy, 5.36 out of grid 2. Prefinal B for 60 Mini. His mother Sam here at the circuit, the most nervous person in Italy is Sam Collegia, her boy. Billy C, William Collegia out of pole position, Dean Hugendorn out of grid 2, Iskander the Great. Zulfikari out of 3. And Keelan Harvick did not qualify so well at all here at Cremona, but he has come storming up through the grid in each of the heats. There is the driver from Charlotte, North Carolina, 5.30, alongside another North American, 5.50 for the Canadian, Eiley Christian. The boy from the city which hosted the biggest Formula One Grand Prix in history, 444,000 spectators at Melbourne around about a month ago, the hometown of William Collegia. Protege of the multi-international kart racing champion Dave Serra, who has coached him under his wing in kart class. The protege of Dave, who's watching on from, not sure where you are in the world at the moment, Dave, either home in Australia or in the United States of America. Regardless, we're here in the north of Italy. And your boy, William Collegia, starts on pole position to the right of your screen. Dean the Dutchman, the championship leader. Watch Iskander Zulfikari and Keelan Harvick on the second row of the grid. William Collegia dictates the pace. Prefinal B for 60 Mini here at Cremona. We don't race, another formation lap. Oh, there's contact as they go down into turn 1. Eiley Christian sideways as soon as the light flashed yellow again. It looked as though the left rear of the Tony kart of the Canadian made contact, very light contact, fortunately, as we go another formation lap here at Cremona. Team Baby race, first, third, and fourth place. Kz2 Driver Academy, that is Dean the Dutchman. The Miami Power Kart Republic out of grid 2. The Vortex Power Tony kart of Eiley Christian out of grid 5. Mariano Lopez. So we've got 4 baby race drivers inside the top 6. Dean Hugendorn is the championship leader, 245 points coming into this, the championship decider. Iskander Zulfikari, 226. In second place, and Bosco Arias. Well, he was 151 points coming into this final round, but he's just won Prefinal A a few moments ago. So there's Spaniard with a good bag of points, one of the contenders for the final for the 2023 WSK Supermaster Series here today at Cremona. More pace this time from William Collegia. You see Luke Tull is not happy, the second Dutchman in the CRG on the outside of row 4. Billy C on pole position. We don't race once again, another formation lap. Christian darts out into the middle of the circuit once again, under the control of our race director, Marco Carlino, who is not happy. An extra formation lap. We thought we'd go green first time around. The sportsmanship warning flag is about to be waved for the front few rows of the grid. Nerves here at Cremona. This is just the pre-final. The final at 10 minutes to 3 local time here in Italy this afternoon. The third formation lap. The nerves are building. It is just the pre-final. The championship to be decided for 2023 here at Cremona. 4 baby race team drivers inside the top 6. William on pole, Iskander out of 3, Keelan out of 4, Mariano Lopez out of 6. Riley Christian in the Vortex Power Tony Kart out of 5. Dean the Dutchman, the championship leader. The Miami Powered Kart Republic out of Grid 2. There's Ella Hakkinen at the back of the grid having to take avoiding action. It looks as though her teammate Bottas block-in has almost stalled it. The Cypriot now gets up and going. And Ella Hakkinen will get a run as they come onto the straight. There is the Czech Finn at the back of the pack. Third time lucky, we'll tell you in a moment. Khalid on pole position, the third formation lap. This time we race. Down into turn 1, Iskander pushes his teammate into the lead. There is Riley Christian who rockets up into third place. Good start from Iskander Zulfikari, and Dean has been belted. The Dutchman in position 4 has been hit twice. Into the first corner, he's got Keelan Harvick right behind him now. Mariano Lopez, Valerio Villapiana in the background as Kalija and Zulfikari go 1-2 for Team Baby Race. There's the Vortex Power Tony Kart of the Canadian Riley Christian. Harvick, good start from the American. He's up in a P4. And the two North Americans are about to trade positions. What a move! Keelan, 2 in 1 corner. And the American just sent it. That was brilliant from Harvick. He goes P2. His teammate comes across the line in his Team Baby Race in first and second place. The Australian from the American, Dean the Dutchman in P3. Dean tries to take P2 away from Keelan. They go wheel to wheel, the Americans on the inside. Dean's on the outside. Now he's almost into the grass. Riley Christian makes a 3 wide. The Canadian rides the ripple strip. An aggressive strong pass from the Tony Kart driver. He's back into position 4. Lopez, Villapiana, Marnie, Blanco, Shin, and Waltz. Just outside the top 10 is Devon. A sensational start at the third time of asking. And William Kalija nervously from pole position. But now he's got the speed. The gap was 0.7 of a second last time to his teammate Keelan Harvick. Good recovery for the American after not qualifying so well. As they come across the line in his Team Baby Race in first, second, and third place. Australia, the United States of America. And then the driver from Istanbul in Turkey, Iskander Zulfikari, who won the WSK Final Cup. He won the WSK Champions Cup. He has won in the early rounds of the WSK Supermaster Series. He's back in form. There's his teammate in the background, Mariano Lopez. That Peruvian trying it on Valerio Villapiana. Riley Christian and Team the Dutchman P4. A sensational start. Prefinal B for 60 minutes here in the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series at the magnificent Cremona Circuit in the north of Italy. Harvick still position 2. Iskander, his teammate, gets the slipstream. We'll watch the speeds. 103 k's an hour for Kalija. 106 for Zulfikari, who gets the benefit of the slipstream. Emilio Byrne has come across the line slowly. The German, who was in P10, has got a problem. Head of Shen Borbashov, Sherbor, Kasper Reipold. The gap still 0.7 of a second. Zulfikari with a 53.791. Kalija with a 54 dead. The Brescian team, first, second, and third. There is Dean in P4. Riley Christian just lightly raises the index finger on the right hand, hoping the two Italians behind him, Villapiana and Bruno Blanco, work together with the North American in the 550 Tony Karts. Keelan Harvick on your screen. Iskander from Istanbul right behind him. Head down behind the steering wheel. Great recovery from Keelan. Across the line, 104 k's an hour from Harvick, 106 from Zulfikari. The gap out to 0.8 of a second. Fastest driver on the circuit is their teammate, the Peruvian Mariano Lopez, with a 53.663. A big year for the American. Keelan Harvick also racing in the Legend Car Series. He's just 10 years of age over in his native United States of America. His teammate under brakes makes the move, and the Turk through into position 2. Still Team Baby Race, the trio from Australia, Turkey, and the United States of America. Hit the championship leader, Dean the Dutchman. We'll check the times. Dean Hugendorn last time around a 54 dead, as opposed to a 53.8 for William Kalija, 53.6 for Mariano Lopez, the Peruvian flying. The gap 0.82 of a second last time. It's 0.9. William, 53.6. Iskander, Zulfikari, Kill and Harvick are working together. Their friend, their teammate, is pulling away though. 53.627, Maxim Borbashov down in P12. He's actually matched the race leader's times, but he's 5 seconds behind the race lead. The CRG in the background of Kasper Reipold. Head of Pedrotti, Borbashov, Marnie, block in, Billy Dunstavron. Good try from Ella Hakkinen from the back of the grid. She's up into P16. Head of Brilla, Janani, Waltz, Shen, Emilio Byrne with a problem, and Luke Tull at the back of the field. The second half of Prefinal B for 60 Mini. Just chokes the engine ever so slightly. The gap stays at 9/10 of a second. 53.662 for Kalija. 53.692. 3/1000th of a second. 3/100th. Either way, virtually nothing between the two lap times of Kalija and Zulfikari. Even if he was to win this race, Kalija, we believe, would start from grid 2 for the final today. Head down behind the steering wheel. Dean Hugendorn is about to be attacked by Bruno Blanco and Valerio Villapiana if he's not careful. Eiley Christian with a 53.5. The Canadian just keeps on trucking. He's in P7 in the Vortex Power Tony Kart and the fastest driver on the circuit. Harvick glued to the back of Zulfikari. We'll watch the gap. It was 0.96 last time. 1.3 seconds. Zulfikari, Harvick working together, but Kalija has put 0.4 of a second between himself and his two teammates. The second generation racer, Keelan Harvick, son of NASCAR Cup champion, the legend Kevin, in his last year of racing full-time in the NASCAR Cup Series. There is Bruno Blanco going by Dean Hugendorn. So Kevin's boy Keelan, the former Daytona 500 winner, the Brickyard 400 winner in his final year of racing, before the baton, metaphorically, is handed over to his son, who's in P3. Just loses a little bit of time now to his teammate, gets the slipstream. Keelan has a long, hard look behind him. What a performance for the Brescian team. Team Baby Race. First, second, third, and now fourth place as well with Bruno Blanco. Dean back to P5. A 53.451 for Kalija. Goes purple again on the penultimate lap of the race. Has a long look over his shoulder. The app is 1.4 seconds. Team Baby Race, first, second, third, and fourth. They are destroying the field in Prefinal B. It won't be this easy in the final. I'm not saying it's easy now, but it's a dominant performance for the Brescian team of Sandro Lorandi. 2012 World Champions with Alessio Lorandi. A problem for Kalija. William slows. William back to position 3. Zulfikari's gone through. What on earth has happened to the Australian? He was destroying the field. He had 1.4 seconds over his teammate. He's slow coming onto the straight. He's back to P3. Harvick in second. Zulfikari will win. Team Baby Race, first, second, third, and fourth. Head of Dean and then Mariano Lopez for you-know-who. Yes, Baby Race again. A sensation as Kalija drops back to third. Now recovers a position from his teammates. He's in P2, but Zulfikari has gone on by. Kalija slows. His teammate comes across the line to win in bizarre circumstances. We'll try and find out. We'll try and get an update from the Baby Race team. There is Dean Hugendorn across the line, position 6. Oh boy, Iskander Zulfikari wins for Baby Race. Kalija second. He dominated much of the pre-final. but he finishes P2 from Harvick, Blanco, Lopez, Team Baby race. First, second, third, fourth, and fifth. Dean the Dutchman, the championship leader, sixth over the line. U10 on the podium at Franciacorta, that just crosses the line now in position 19. You've just seen the grid as the cars come out onto the circuit. This is Kz2, the pre-final, here this morning at Cremona. Senna Van Walstein, the reigning champion, but really mathematically out of contention for the title. All eyes are on Christian Bertucca, who's been in stunning form at the start of 2023. Senna Van Walstein, Emilian Denner, and Yevan the Bat David, the Sri Lankan, who took victory in the third and final heat yesterday. Starts out at Gr3 from Bertucca. He's got an enormous lead in the championship, 241 points over Freddie Slater, who won last time out at Sarno. It was a superb performance from Fast Freddie. He took pole position on Friday. Had a gearbox problem in the first heat and had to come from the back of the grid ever since. Freddie Slater, he's still somewhere back. 10th row of the grid alongside Jeremy Potin. Bertucca Vigano, il Napolitano, Giuseppe Palomba, il Toscano, Alessio Piccini, Shot Samuel Uyet, but it's Senna to the left of your screen on pole position. Bertucca, the championship leader from Slater and Emilian Denner, who is third in the series. Just 2 points behind Freddie. We'll keep you updated with the championship. Senator Wallstein, though, to the left of your screen. Emilian Denner to the right. CPB Sport, the Sodicar team drivers, first, second and third on the grid. Alessandro Zucco, Eddie D'Alessandro, Slavik Pudjatin, Francesco Scoba and Gabriel Kaiwa form up on the back of the grid. There's the Costa Rican at the back left of your screen. Kz2, the pre-final here at Cremona. The red flag, the 4 red lights. We race. Not the best start from Senator Wallstein, but he's got track position and leads briefly down into turn 1. Superstar from Christian Carnival Bertuca, who rockets up into P2 from the second row of the grid. Senator Wallstein has just got the race lead. He got wheel spin off the start. There's the dust flying in the background for an incident with Celenta Fontana and Alessandro Zucco. They're back on track as Senna under pressure from Christian Bertuca. The Milanese from Milan can almost take out the championship. Indonesia driver, Christian, even he just makes a good result here this morning in the pre-final. He leads the Sodicar's first, third and fourth. And we go back to Il Napolitano, Giuseppe Palomba, the 3-time WSK champion, the Open Cup, the Euro Series. Senator Wallstein is the reigning champion, but mathematically not really a contender for the 2023 championship after missing the first round. Christian Cannibal Bertuca certainly is. And under brakes, he goes through in the Birolard to lead 3 Sodicars. Fight back from Senna. What a response from the Dutchman. And Emilian says, cop that. There's the Sri Lankan. Oh boy, the Sodicars muscle their way by. It's not over yet. What an aggressive start. Bertuca briefly into the lead, but he's under attack now from Matteo Figano. Senna Van Wallstein back to P2. On back to the lead. Denner back to P2. Then it's Yevan from Sri Lanka. The bat, Yevan David, with a stunning victory in the third and final heat last night here at Cremona. Figano up into P4. Bertuca does not know what has happened to him. He went through to make the lead, take the lead, and Senna fought back. Denner followed him through. Yevan David was up on the ripple strip, and the Sodicars go first, second, third once again. Keeping one eye on Fast Freddy, he's made a rocket start, and the driver from the Midlands of the King's England is helping to P11 as Senna waves through Emilian Denner. Now, Emilian Denner is a contender for the title, so that's not so much of a surprise. Much like Nicker and David at Melbourne in 1990, I don't know what year it was, in 98, when David waved through Nicker for victory in the Australian Grand Prix. That was a similar situation right there. Denner has gone through to take the lead. He is a contender for the championship. Senna is not. Denner leads. It was a Birolard 1-2-3 last time out at Sarno, with Slater taking the victory from Viganol for the Lennox Racing Team, and Bertuca P3. We'll keep you updated with the championship score. Denner can take the title if everything goes his way, which it is at the moment, because the championship leader, there he is, he's back to P5 in the 1-0-1 Birolard. Bertuca behind Viganor. That is Yevan David. The 1-2-4 Sodicar Sigma down through the chicane. Has to watch out for Il Bergamasco, the 2 Italians behind the Sri Lankan. The Sodicars first, second and third. Watch on the brakes. Viganol, he lined that up when they were going down through the chicane. Had already decided. Perfect pass from Matteo Viganol. Fastest lap of the race out for Senator Wallstein, 46.554, immediately beaten by Freddie Slater, still stuck behind the German Maxim Rem, 46.421. Ahead of Alex Marigliano, the Sicilian. SRP Maranello car. There he is in the background, just coming on to the back straight. The WSK Final Cup champion has come from grid 22. He's up into 12th. Slater has come from a position ahead on the grid. He's into 11th. Ram, who started the season, started the Supermaster Series for Ricky Flynn Motorsport in the OK category. Soon switched over to KZ for the remaining rounds of the Kz2 WSK Supermaster Series. And Ram is in position 10, ahead of Slater, Mariano, Karol Pashovic, Norton Andreas and Samuel Luye, Pietro Deliguanti for Renda Motorsport. Wojcic, the Canadian, Nick Taylor's made a good start. From grid 23, he's up to 18th, ahead of Martinez, Punyatin, and Tom Luye. In the factory, Tony Kart's had a disaster. From grid 10, the Frenchman, there he is at the top of your screen. He's back in P21. We are about to start lap 8 on the Kz2 Prefinal, the final round of the Supermaster Series as it stands. Bertuga would still take the title on 271 points from Denner on 218. That is the virtual championship. Slater and Matteo Viganò both on 154 points. Slater still in position 11. We'll try and get a glimpse of the Englishman in the background who won last time out at Sano. He took pole position here on Friday. There is the Viral Art trio in the background. Vicini, Palomba, Vasile, Ram. In Slater in P11 ahead of Alex Mariano in Siciliano. The team SRP Maranello. Senna second. Back to Viganò, Kevin David, Bertuga. The champion in waiting if he does not have a disaster. In the second half of this Kz2 Prefinal, you see Senna push down the blind on the radiator. There's Mariano in the Maranello kart. P12 ahead of Norton Andreasen. Karol Pashovic in the LKE Lenzo kart, who started the season racing over in the Scusa Pro Tour in the United States of America. The pole for the Sicilian team clocking 142 k's an hour through the speed trap. That's just on the start-finish line. So going up onto turn 1, we can add another couple to that as well. The LKE powered Lenzo kart on the pole. Karol Pashovic, there he is. Fastest through the speed trap. At the moment, he's behind the Swede Norton Andreasen and Alex Mariano. The rest of the field going through Punyatin, Fontana, Vujicic, Scoba, Ponta, D'Alessandro, the Costa Rican, Gabriel Kawa. Kevin David, Asian champion, Miami champion over in the Asian Series, racing in Malaysia and Asia the last couple of seasons. This is his second season with CPB Sports Sorry-Cut team in KZ. What a revelation. And he's in P4 after winning his final heat yesterday. He's under attack though. Bertuga sends it. Jean Louillet tries to follow him on through. There is the Swiss driver in the 112 Tony Kart, right on the back of Yevon the Bat. Bertuga up into P4, and that has ramifications for the championship. As it stands, 271 points for Bertuga, 218 for Denner. That was last lap. The virtual championship will update right now. It's 281 points for Bertuga and 218 with 6.5 laps remaining off the pre-final. Senna second. And now Jean Louillet muscles his way by the Sri Lankan. The Asian champion, the Malaysian champion from Sri Lanka. Jean Louillet. Next, you can see Il Napolitano, Il Toscano, Fast Freddy, and the racing Romanian Daniel Vasile. Kevin David is about to be attacked by 4 Viral Arts. Palomba 102, Vasile, fastest qualifier at Lonato, 104, Slater 127, and Alessio Piccini 107. There's Pashovic. Head of Samuel Luye back with us in KZ2, Pietro Deliguanti. Peter off the gloves after racing with us in the last couple of seasons in the Italian F4 Championship, Formula 3 Regional as well. Pietro started 16th, and the 8th row of the grid. That's exactly where the Italian runs for Renda Motorsport. Freddie Slater, 46.421. from Gr3 the Englishman who won last time out, is into position 8 with a 46.421. That is the fastest lap of the race. Behind Il Napolitano, Giuseppe Palomba, WSK Euro Series champion in 1:02. Slater 1:27. 4.5 laps remaining. You're watching Denner, international champion. So quick is the Frenchman from Strasbourg. Down through the gearbox now. Hard on the brakes, it skates. Center his teammate. Figanol, P3. As it stands, Denner would start from pole position for the final this afternoon, alongside would be his teammate Sander van Wallstein and Christian Bertuga. P3 alongside Evan David. That is provisional now with 4 laps, 5 kilometres remaining of this magnificent Cremona Motorsport Complex. Figanol on the back of Sander van Wallstein. Multi-international champion as well as Matteo Figanol. We go back a decade, he was racing in what was then KF3, KF Juniors. Took that fabulous win at Genk in Belgium for a private top car team in the European Championships over Stan Pex and Alexander Schmidt. That was a brilliant victory. Super Cup winner, and of course he won the SCUSA Super Nationals just a season ago over in Las Vegas, the city which will host one of 3 Formula 1 Grand Prix this year. He's in P3, Matteo Figanol from Bergamo. 2.5 laps remaining, the gap between Denner and Sander van Wallstein, 6/10 of a second. Kz2, the pre-final, to decide the WSK Supermaster Series for 2023. Sander van Wallstein, P2, he's the reigning champion, but he cannot take the title. Lorraine Kramers, 2021 for the Birla team. Simon Puhaka for Tony Kart. The year prior, then it was Bas Lemmers. 2019 for the Slotty Kart team. Watch into the double right. Senna knows he's there with 2 laps remaining. Marco Ardigo, 3-time WSK Supermaster Series champion for the Tony Kart racing team in 2014, 2015 and 2017. Leo Lorandi taking the title of the Team Baby race over Giacomo Paulini and Alex Irlando. In 2016, Max Verstappen. 2013, Jordan Lennox. 2012, Marco Zanchetta. And Bensky Visser, the super quick Dutch driver, the inaugural Kz2 WSK Supermaster Series champion. Bensky winning from Marco Zanchetta and Simone Brenner in 2010. Bertuga, odds-on favourite for 2023, is in P4. There's the Italian just ahead of the Swiss rider Jean Rouillet. A storming drive from Fast Freddy. He's in P6 from Gr3 ahead of Palomba, Facile, Piccini. The 4 Birla drivers have muscled their way by Evan David, who's in P10. Le dernier tour pour Emilien Denner dans la première place pour l'équipe CPD Sport. Sodi della Ferronde for Sander van Wallstein. Ultimo giro per Matteo Figanol. The Sodi Kart drivers will go 1-2. Senna will not attack his teammate. Maximum points for Emilien Denner. And pole position for the final. He keeps his championship hopes alive. Bertuga back to 4. He did not meet that. It could have been worse though. They round the final corner and the Sodi Kart drivers go 1-2. Denner takes victory. It's pole position for the Frenchman for the final of the WSK Supermaster Series here at Cremona today. Sander van Wallstein, P2, Figanol, P3, the championship leader. Bertuga in P4 from Louis. What a drive from Fast Freddy. 46.421 from Gr3. The fastest lap of the race, the Englishman who won last time out at Sano in P6. Confirmation, Sony card 1 and 2. Digonal P3 behind Emilian and Senna. Bertuca, the championship leader. From Jean-Louis 8, Freddie from grid 19 to 6. Palomba, Vasile, Piccini, the 4 Birolard drivers. And Yevon David rounds out the 10. Back here at Cremona for the penultimate pre-final of the morning. Thomas Strolvan, the Belgian, starts on pole position for OK Prefinal A. Kirill Kutzkov out of 2. Nathan Ty, Maciej Gwadich, Simon Rekamaka, Xavier Avramidis. Well, the Patrizi course driver from Australia took a stunning victory yesterday. Starts out at grid 6. Costa, nice. Lucio Lammers, Keanu Bloom, Yannick Shorowski, Nikola Guman, Max Popov, Bianco Bergstrom, Roland Kuklani, Dante Vici for RFM. Michael Leader, Shimo Chung out of grid 20 for DPK. Zoe Floresco Pontalea, Matilda past the 2 girls starting alongside each other. Gustav Wisniewski, who was on the podium at Lonato. Daniele Federici, Maxons for Bruges, Leon Hedfors, and Maciej Konik. The Slovakian in the 253 Croc promotion cart. Thomas Strolvan, a perfect run for the Belgian. Pole position in qualifying, 4 heat wins from 4 starts. KK, DPK out of 2. Watch Nathan Ty, he starts alongside Maciej Gwadich. The all-in back Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver from Tarnów in Poland. Starting out of grid 4. 15 years of age, he celebrated his birthday on Friday. As we see one of the Forza racing cars pulling off to the side of the circuit, it's Wisniewski, he's out. Gustav Wisniewski, his miserable weekend continues. And the pole, who finished P2 after leading much of the final in the first round of the championship, is out before the start. Thomas on pole position, Kutzkov out of 2. Pre-final A for OK here at Cremona. We race. One of the Kart Republic's right in the middle of the circuit. Let's hope it doesn't cost them a penalty. Thomas Strolvan has got the lead. Nathan Ty goes by the Brit in P2. What a start from the German. Simon Reckenmacher for TP Motorsport rockets up into 3rd place. Kutzkov back into P5 as they go down the back straight for the first time. The first Tony Kart is on the back of the Russian, almost pushing the TPK Kart Republic into the final hairpin. There is Maciej Gwadich having to defend from Xavier Avramidis. Thomas Strolvan, the Belgian for Kart Republic, head of Nathan Ty. Wisniewski is out before the start. They're going to go by the abandoned 229 Forza racing cart. As they come across the line for the first time, Thomas has a big look behind. Costa superb. Brilliant start for the Brazilian-American from Monte Carlo. The Ayrton Senna replica helmet glistening here in the sunshine. He sends it up the inside of the German, who runs into the back of the Paralin on the exit. You know who's there to pounce. Luigi Coluccio moves up into position 5 from grid 9. Grid 4, in fact, for the Italian. Reckenmacher, the German, after that brilliant start. Lucky to still have a front flaring. Still on the TB racing cart. Sensational start. Thomas Strauban leads at the end of lap 2. Nathan Tye, the Soddy cart. Across the line they go at 127 k's an hour, 128 for the Vortex powered Tony cart of Coluccio in P4. Coluccio, who won the previous round of the championship at Sarno. There is Kz2 for the DPK racing team. Reckenmacher, TB Motorsport, then the gap back to Bloom, Guadish, Abramides, Popov, Kuman, Yannick Shorowski, Simone Bianco, and Rene Lammers has not had a good start. He's ahead of Len Nice, Kuklane, Michael Eder. We told you one of the cars, look out for them off the start, under investigation. And we've got 2 carts under investigation. I'll keep you updated. Oh, Len Nice, 10-second penalty under investigation. Scrap that. The Belgian with a 10-second penalty. Right in the middle of the circuit. There's one of the DPK carts across the line without a front wing as well. So the mechanical defect flag is about to be shown for Shimojang. 10-second penalty for Len Nice. He saw the Cut Republic right in the middle of the circuit. 2 perfect lines, there were not. And the Belgian has copped a 10-second penalty. This Belgian, also in a Card Republic, his perfect weekend continues. He's got 7/10 of a second over the second place Brit in the French Soddy cart. Nathan Tye, Costa, now with the Paralin Motorsport team, a brilliant start for the Brazilian-American. There is Coluccio, the Southern Italian, who won in South Italy last time out. Coluccio, 5th in the championship on 125 points. James Agozzi is still the championship leader. We'll keep you updated throughout the final this afternoon as we decide the titles. The 2023 WSK Supermaster Series here at Cremona. Dante Vinci also under investigation. It's not looking good for the Australian, who's been quick. Len Nice has already copped a 10-second penalty for the moment. Dante in P21 behind Daniele Federici ahead of Leon Headforce. Still circulating, but the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver is under investigation. This is Costa, Coluccio, Kz2 back to P5, Reckenmacher now recovers, gets some momentum. The German-speaking drivers, 6 and 7. Simon Reckenmacher ahead of the Austrian for the Spanish DPK racing team. Keanu Bloom, 47, dead the fastest driver on the circuit. Maximilian Popov, Xavier Abramides, and Maciej Guadish. Thomas Strauban, the driver to beat, no doubt, here this weekend. Pole position on Friday. He won 4 out of 4 heats as the field go flashing by. We'll check the times, we'll check the speeds. He leads the pre-final here this morning at Cremona, 127 k's an hour for Thomas Strauban. 46.929 again for Keanu Bloom. On your screen, the Austrian on the back of the German. This is the Brit, Nathan Tye. Now this is the German, Simon Reckenmacher, who was up in a P3 with a brilliant start. And now he's behind the Austrian for DPK Racing. There's Popov, that's Xavier Abramides, the Patrizi course driver, first year in WSK World Competition. He took a stunning heat victory, his first ever in Europe. Yesterday, his final heat, Xavier Abramides, and boy, he looked good as well. In the 259 Card Republic, was on the podium, position 3 in the Chemic Racing Enduro in Melbourne. The 4-hour Enduro at the end of 2022. Boy, what a step up, with all due respect for the young Australian who took a brilliant victory in the final heat yesterday. Xavier Abramides, position 8 ahead of Maxim Popov, Maciej Guadish, The all-and-back Gr3 Motorsport driver behind. There is Xavier. He's actually dropped off Popov. He's in position 8, trying to chase down both the German and the Austrian, Simon Reckenmacher and Keanu Bloom. There is Costa. Position 3, the familiar driving style of Miguel, P2 in the WSK Open Cup at Lonato, October 2022. Tough start by his own admission with the team from Bassano del Grappa, but he's in P3. There are the DPK Racing drivers, Kirill Kutzkov, and then the Austrian Keanu Bloom. Coluccio with a brilliant start from Grid 9 up into P4, but he's been caught by the two DPK Racing Cup Republics. Stroman 2 seconds ahead of Nathan Ty. Here is Kutzkov having a look at the back of Coluccio, who also won the Italian GT3 Championship in a Ferrari 488 2022. He'll be racing in 7 days' time at Misano. The first round of the Italian GT Championships, also for Ferrari. He's here with Tony Kart as well. This weekend in the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series, he's 5th in the championship. He's 4th in the pre-final. As the DPK Racing drivers trade positions, Keanu now ahead of Kirill, Reckenmacher, Avramidis, Popov, Guadish, Len Nice is next, although the 10-second penalty drops the Belgian down to 23rd place. 46.681 for Thomas Stroller. 2.4 seconds ahead of Nathan Ty. From the British Midlands, there's Xavier Avramidis. The blue helmet of the Australian 259 in the Card Republic, head of Popov and Guadish. Xavier Avramidis lights up the timing screen. What a performance from the young Australian. A purple sector mid-lap for Xavier. There's the German, the Austrian, then the Australian. Coluccio, who won last time out at Sano for the Tony Kart Racing Team, the reigning Italian GT3 champion. For Ferrari, as we say now with Tony Kart. Position 5 in the championship on 125 points. The title still being led by his Tony Kart Racing teammate James Agozzi, who made his debut in the Italian Formula 4 Championship at Imola 7 days ago. Reckenmacher for the Thomas Brauermiller Motorsport team. They won the WSK Supermaster Series GTB Motorsport with the Card Republic with the German Hannes Younger in 2018, when Hannes took the title from Nicholas Nielsen and Johnny the Englishman Edgar. Simon Reckenmacher, P7. Coluccio for the Tony Kart Racing Team. No love lost, let's be honest, between the green team and the Card Republics. DPK Racing, the reigning World Championship winning team, with Kutzkov and Bloom. That's Keanu on the back of Coluccio, who himself is ever so slightly catching up to the back of Costa. The Paralympic rider, superb for Miguel. 9/10 of a second. Thomas Strovan, forget about it. A 46.618, and he's done a purple sector. He's almost 3 seconds ahead of the Brit, Nathan Ty. There's the race leader, there's the Belgian. That's Nathan Ty, Miguel Costa. Coluccio under attack across the line at 129 k's an hour. Bloom gets the slipstream from the Italian. Watch not into this corner, but the next one, the left-hander coming up. Here's an opportunity, sends it down the inside. Nothing the Italian could do about that. A brilliant pass from Keanu Bloom, and the Austrian up into P4. Reckenmacher is being caught by Xavier Avramidis. 46.587 meanwhile for Thomas. Kutzkov takes Coluccio as well. Valuable points for the championship. Luigi has lost in this lap alone. 3.1 seconds the last time, 3.4 seconds between Thomas and Nathaniel Jr. 46.4 for Thomas Stroller, 46.7 for Ty, 46.8 for Costa, 46.7 for Bloom and Kutzkov. A brilliant performance from Thomas Stroller. Second, possibly third race. I'm trying to rack my memory or think about it. Well, he's only just joined the Card Republic team. Let's say that. He took pole position. Four-card Republic did the Belgian 48 hours ago in qualifying. Scorched around the Cremona Circuit, a time of 46.062. It's only 0.3 of a second off that. With his fastest lap of the race at the moment, 3.5 seconds from Ty and Costa. It's Michael Leiter going through, fighting with Maxence Fabrouge, Roland Kuglani, Sharovsky Bergstrom, Matilda Parts, head of Dante Vinci, who was under investigation. We've heard nothing more, so we believe the Australian is safe in 17th place. Chokes the engine, does Thomas Stralban down into turn one. The gap, 3.8 seconds. This is the penultimate lap. This is Nathan Ty on the podium in the WSK Champions Cup as well. For the French team, second year with the French team, Sodi Cards. There is Costa. First year with the Barrelli Motorsport team, second in the WSK Open Cup at Lonato. In position 3, safe from the Austrian. The field fighting in the background. That was Sharovsky Bergstrom, Matilda Parts, Vinci, Federici, Konik, and Leon Headforce rounds out the field, unfortunately. Zoe Flodeshko-Pontelea has retired, as has the other Eastern European. Maciej Guadic is out. Thomas Stralban, the Dutch-speaking Belgian driver in P1 on the last lap, which means you know you're about to hear my very bad Dutch. Dit is de laatste ronde voor de piloot van België in de eerste positie. Last lap for the Belgian. Hey, I tried. Great to have your company, particularly everyone watching up in the Benelux region. Your boy is about to take victory in Pre-Final A. Thomas Stralban, pole position in qualifying, 4 heat wins from 4 starts. Pole position for the pre-final. He rounds the final corner and takes that dominant victory. He will start on pole position for the final of the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series. Here is Nathan, P2 for the Sodi Kart driver, Costa 3, the Austrian Keanu Bloom, Kutzkov, Coluccio, Xavier Abramides, P7, Reckenmacher Popov, and a good recovery for Rene Lammers to finish in P10. .46.464 as well for Thomas Stralban. Hey, ik sprak de Nederlands heel goed, ja? The Belgian wins from Nathan Ty, and the boy from Brazil, Miguel Costa in P3. Keanu Bloom, Kutzkov, Coluccio, P5 in the championship, coming into Cremona, P6. Xavier Abramides, superb for the young Australian, beats home the German Maximilian Popov from Sochi, and Rene Lammers, Van Zandvoort. Good recovery. He was down in 18th place earlier on in the race, comes home in position 10. Great to have your company on WSK.IT and also Motorsport TV as well. We'll take a very short break. Pre-Final B, the final pre-final of the morning here at Cremona. This is Championship Decider Day, round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series. We'll be back in a very short moment. final pre-final of the morning. This is OK Prefinal B. The driver from South Africa, Luviwe Sambudla, leads the field out. He'll start from pole alongside Louis Little Iglesias. That's Jeremy's nephew out of Grid 2, Sebastiano Pavan Pagunovic. Kavalkan, the championship leader, Agotzi out of 6. The boy from Bangkok, Thailand, the Premier Junior, Enzo Tabanishko. Martin Molnar, Thomas Stolchemanis, and Jimmy Le Fantastique. Jan Pulhui, also for the Premier Racing Team, David Walter, Pulan Chi, Putsa Kastelic, Artem Severukin, Emma Filbermeyer, Andrea Dupe, and the Norwegian Marcus Sater. Li Jingwan, Enya Frey, Ajiv Kahan Fu, Ryan Vincent, and Sergio Koch for Innovate Competition. The driver from Johannesburg, Luviwe Sambudla, has been in brilliant form this weekend. He's had superb speed, set fastest lap after fastest lap. He needs to lead from pole position in the final pre-final of the morning. This is pre-final B for OK. James Agotzi is the championship leader. He starts out of grid 6. There is the Floridian 204 in the Tony Kart. From Johannesburg in South Africa, Sambudla leads them up to the line. We don't race. Another formation lap. As they come racing across the line at 115, 117, 119 k's an hour on the formation lap. South Africa, France, Italy. The Slovenian, the DPK Racing out of grid 4, Anatoly Kavalkan. And James Agotzi, he is the championship leader. 204 made his debut in the Italian F4 Championship at Imola 7 days ago for the PHM Racing Team. That's him, 204 for the Tony Kart Racing Team. Right behind Martin Molnar, the Hungarian who's been electrifyingly quick in the Energy Kart. From Johannesburg in South Africa, down at the bottom of the world, Luviwe Sambudla on pole position. Leads the field up to the line, being pushed by Sebastiano Pavan. This time we race. Perfect start from the South African, but he's pushed by Pavan. Incredibly holds onto it. Boy, how did he do that? Sebastiano Pavan was just belting the South African. Not once, not twice, but 4 times. He ran into the back of the Kart Republic. Luviwe withstood the challenge from Sebastiano. Now he dives down the inside. They go wheel to wheel. The Energy Kart of Thomas Stolchemanis there to fight as well. Jimmy Helias, David Walter have had an accident. And we go full course yellow. Also Emma Felbermeyer involved, as is Petrajiv, Enya Frey, and the American Ryan Vincent again. The Californian has had no luck. David Walter is out. The track is blocked on the infield. The drivers are fine. But we go full course yellow. Sebastiano has got the race lead. Sambudla back into P3, head of Louis Iglesias. And Thomas Stolchemanis up into second place. There are the carts littered all around the circuit. We'll bring you an update in just a moment. I can tell you, Jimmy, n'est pas fantastique maintenant. P3 in the opening round of the championship for Jimmy is out. David Walter, the WSK Champions Cup champion, is out. Emma Felbermeyer is out. Enya Frey is out, as is Petrajiv. And the Californian Ryan Vincent, who has had all of 0 luck this weekend at Cremona, was also involved in that. We're down to 21 drivers. Sebastiano looks aggressive for the 205 Tony Kart Racing Team. Another lap under full course yellow. There's Jan Pulhui in the Premier Kart, P6. the final pre-final of the morning. Prefinal B for OK, their final at 10 minutes to 4 local time this afternoon in Italy to decide the WSK Supermaster Series Championships for 2023. Cavalcan going through in P5. The 2-3-3 Parallel is behind Louis Iglesias. The green flag being readied on the start-finish straight. The green card lead. Sebastiano Pavan glances over his shoulder. Thomas is right there. Lupiwe needs to get a good start. He's got the speed, but they have fairly belted the South African this weekend. If he can break clear, he's certainly got the speed to race with every single driver who's ahead and behind him as well. Sebastiano accelerates. Full course yellow is withdrawn. The green flag flies, and we race once again. The blind goes down on the radiator, feeding fresh air into the vortex-powered Tony kart. Good restart from Thomas Tolchamanis, P2. Luviwe is glued to the back of the Latvian as they go down through the chicane. On the restart, we've lost one of the Saudi karts as well. It's Andrea Dube who's out. Luviwe down under brakes. The South African sends it up into second. He can race with the best of them. Finished P4 in the WSK Champions Cup. He's back to third. Goes wheel to wheel around the outside. Does not tolerate the attack from Thomas, who's passed by Louis Iglesias. Cavalcan's right there. Yampui as well. Pavan in the Tony kart races across the line. He's got 0.8 of a second from Luviwe Sambudla. Iglesias, Stolchamanis, Cavalcan, Hui Bakunovic, Pulan, Hiamputsara, a superstar from Artem Severukian. The racing line, Pirulatov, Artem up into P10 from 17th. There he is in the background, trying to get by Artu Pulan, Bakunovic as well. Artem Severukian, who started the year racing in Kz2. Now he's back in OK, the single direct drive category, as Thomas takes Louis. And Artem Severukian has had superb speed. There he is. Inside the top 10, ahead of the championship leader, James Agotzi. He's had a disastrous restart. At least he's still in the race. We've lost the two French drivers, Dupé, Elias, Walter. Emma Felbermeyer's out, Enya Frey's out, Petrajev, and the American Ryan Vincent all retire. We're down to 20 drivers. James Agotzi, position 11 for the championship leader. His teammate leads from Sambudla. And this ferocious battle between Tony Kart and Kart Republic rages on. There's Louis Iglesias. We know how quick the CRG team have become in the last 6 months or so in the direct drive OK category. Louis, this is the nephew of the 2020 world champion, Jeremy the Jet Iglesias. He's in position 4. Sebastiano Pavan controlling the pace. Thomas with a 47.6. James Agotzi with a 47.5. P10 goes faster than anybody. There is the Premier Kart Republic of Yampui in P5. Alexander Bogunovic, the Slovenian for the Spanish DPK Racing Team, 294 in this battle as well. There's the DPK Kart Republic. Head of Cavalcan, Putzar, Kiam, Kokoski Motorsport. His teammate, of course, David Walter is out. Yampui has a look at the back of Louis. Sits low behind the steering wheel, helps him slightly with the aerodynamics down the front straight. There's Sebastiano Pavan. We'll tell you 127 k's an hour for Pavan. Louis Iglesias 128, 129 for Alexander Bogunovic. Almost breaking into 130 k's an hour. That's at the start-finish line. You can legitimately add another few to that as they accelerate for another, 50, 80 meters down into turn 1. This is fast as well. Down the back straight, skates under brakes to Sebastiano Pavan. The gap, 0.2 of a second between the South African and the Italian Sebastiano Pavan. Just staring at the temperatures is Sebastiano, obviously. Lowers the blind on the radiator, the vortex just going up another couple of degrees. He says no problem. Lowers the blind on the radiator, lets extra airflow through, feeding the Vortex 125cc engine. 16,000 RPM down the back straight. Super Butler off the road. Lufiwe almost throws it away. Thomas Dotremanis closes in on the back of the driver from Johannesburg. Thomas's teammate Martin Molnar in P12 in the 211 Energy Kinetic just goes 47.175. Fastest lap of the race for the Hungarian. There's his teammate in P3, Louis, down behind a steering wheel. 128 k's an hour for the front five. Sam Budler, his perfect weekend almost comes to an end. At this corner right here, one lap ago. A tight line from Lufiwe that time. Was not risking it. That's James Agozzi on the inside of Anatoly Kavalkin under brakes. And the championship leader from the United States moves up into position 6. 46.903, James Agozzi. Here comes the American. The only driver under the 47-second bracket. He's in P6, valuable points for the championship, which sees James Agozzi P1 on 236. Rene Lammers is in second place. Thomas looks over his shoulder. We're moving into the dying stages of Prefinal B. Uses every part of the racetrack to Sebastiano Pavan. Tony Cut Republic, and Energy Course. 1, 2, 3, back to the CRG. In P4, Lufiwe Sam Budler with a purple middle sector. He's catching the Tony Cut. You can see he's right there. And come across the line, the South African gets the slipstream. The Vortex smashing the rev limiter to pieces, 129 k's an hour. Artem Severukin, Marcus Sarta joined the long list of retirements. Both the Russian and Norwegian are out. Five laps, 6 kilometres to race here at Cremona. .46.873, and Sebastiano responds. 2 purple sectors in that lap, and he puts another couple of tenths of a second between himself and the South African. 46.8. That's a quick time from Sebastian. Thomas still in P3, quite a distance back to Bogunovic, and James Agozzi, who's only a tenth of a second behind the Slovenian, goes side by side. He goes on through, he's up in a P4, signals to the Slovenian as well, who, to be fair, looked as though he knew the championship leader was coming. They raced cleanly, and Alexander, to his credit, gave him space. Agozzi in P4. Valuable points for the championship. Bogunovic has got the mechanical defect flag. So he knew it was coming. Bogunovic, what a disappointment. In position 5, has got the mechanical defect flag. It'll become a black flag if he doesn't pit. Alexander Bogunovic now pulls into pit lane in the background. What a rotten run of luck for the Slovenian. He's out. Lufiwe closes up on the back of Sebastian. 2:05 in the Tony Kart. Turns in decisively. Lufiwe just shadows the green machine. Thomas Dotremanis just reaches up the mixture on the GR3 TM engine. He's actually catching them. As is James Agozzi, P4 with the 46.652. Hugely disappointing for Bogunovic, who pulls into pit lane. And the Slovenian is out. There's James in the background. PHN Formula 4 driver, the German team, giving the American his first start at the Imola Formula 1 Gr3 Circuit 7 days ago. A couple of top 10 finishes for James. But he's concentrating on trying to take the WSK Supermaster Series title for 2023. His teammate leads the way. He's pulled away from Sambudla this time, who's now been caught by Thomas. 2 laps now remaining. 46.6 for James Gr3. Too far back to attack Thomas Stoltemanis, the Energy Course driver from Latvia, the WSK Open Cup champion from 2022. There's Maximilian Cahan going through in the background ahead of full. And Sergio Costa, the final runner, the Swiss driver for Innovate competition, in position 17. Sebastiano Pavan sta cominciando il suo ultimo giro. Last lap for the Italian. The gap 0.2 of a second. Back to Lubiwe Sambudla. So it looks as though the South African will start grid 2 for the final this afternoon. Thomas Stralvan will start from pole position, we can tell you that, regardless of what happens in this. The final lap of the final pre-final this morning. Thomas Stoltemanis under brakes, he skates. The Latvian Sambudla on the back of Sebastiano. You know there's one opportunity coming up into the next corner. He runs into the back of the Italian. Actually did himself a disservice there. Sebastiano staring at the South African. Thomas up the inside. Sambudla takes him. Not the cleanest hit finish in the history of motorsport, but Sambudla has taken the win from Stoltemanis and Sebastiano Pavan. Sambudla actually ran into the back of the Italian, going into the double right-hander, which put him in the middle of the circuit. Thomas was up the inside, opportunistic, why not, from the Latvian. He finishes P2. Sebastiano Pavan loses a bag of points. It does not change the grid though. Thomas Stralvan starts from pole position. Sambudla wins the pre-final. Even if he'd finished second, even if he'd finished third, he'll still start from the final. South African though wins pre-final B. Thomas second, Sebastian home in third place. There's the championship leader James Gr3, Kavalkan, Kui, Enzo Tabanishkal, Louis Iglesias, Martin Molnar, and Guillaume Boutsar. So the grids are set for the final this afternoon. We will take a break. Our first final is at 10 minutes to 2 local time. That is the OK Junior Final, just about half an hour from now here at Cremona. Don't go too far away. We will decide the titles. The 2003 WSK Supermaster Series. We'll see you in half an hour's time for the championship decider. The world-famous championship, which dates back to 2010 and includes such incredible names as Antonio Giovinazzi, Lorenzo Travisanotto, Callum Ilott, Marco Ardigo, Dexter Patterson, Joe Turney, Jordan Lennox, Max Verstappen, to name just a few. Well, the 2023 championship concludes right here, right now at Cremona. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this magnificent circuit in the north of Italy. This is the fourth final championship deciding round of the 2023 WSK Supermasters Series. In just a few moments, the first of our finals for OK Junior. The carts are on the circuit. Christian Costoya is looking to take another championship here. It is a long shot. He's fifth in the standings. Stepan Antonov is the championship leader, but Costoya starts from pole position. Before we race the 17-lap junior final, let's check out some of the highlights from so far. A fantastic week here at Cremona. 59 drivers from 54 countries all around the world at this world-class circuit. This is Cremona, which was reconstructed in 2020. The original design was demolished, bulldozed at the end of 2019. Then when the world stopped, well, there was nothing else to do but rebuild what is now one of the finest motorsport complexes in the world, part of the Cremona Circuit, which includes the car and motorcycle circuit. In the background, you can just see a massive grandstand over the pit complex. That is the car racing circuit. This is the 1.21 kilometre kart racing circuit, the host venue for round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series. The karts are out onto the circuit. The OK Junior Final, Christian Costoya will start on pole position. This promises to be an absolutely thrilling affair. Costoya, who won multiple titles in 60 minutes, will start from pole position alongside the Belgian Thibaut Ramekes. We'll take a look at the grid for you in just a moment. Still just a few moments before the start. We've had pretty good weather overall for much of 2023. We cannot complain. We qualified on a dry circuit on Friday, and then the heavens opened yesterday morning. The track dried out quite quickly. Sunshine this morning, but the clouds are starting to roll in. For the moment, the track is dry. And all the drivers have mounted the Vega wet tyres as we decide the championship. At the moment, Stepan Antonov is the championship leader. He starts on the 4th row of the grid. He's on 196 points. Filippo Sala on the 3rd row of the grid is 2nd in the series on 171 points. Salim Hana Hernandez, who won the WSK Open Cup, he's 3rd in the championship on 168 points. Dries van Langendonk, 161 points. Christian Costoya, P5 in the championship on 152 points. Then it's Bondarev. He is the reigning champion. He took the title in 2022 with Ricky Flynn Motorsport, now a Kart Republic driver, 6th in the series on 126 points. David Kosman Christopher, who took pole position on Friday, 7th on 99, ahead of Elliot Kaczynski, the Swede, 8th in the series on 98 points. So really the first, 5, 6 drivers still in with a decent shot, all of them within a mathematical chance of taking the title, right down to Bondarev, the reigning champion, in 6th place. He will need everything to go for him to take the title in 17 laps time. Costoya on pole position in the Paralin kart. A little bit of cloud cover coming in here at the Cremona Circuit, just a few moments away from the green flag. Great to have your company as we decide the titles, the 2023 WSK Supermaster Series. There are the karts. To the left of your screen, Costoya, and to the right, the Belgium for VDK Racing, Thibaut Ramekes. Our race director to the centre right of your screen, that is Mr. Marco Carlino, deputising for Mr. Alessandro Ferrari this weekend, who's down in Portimao with the GT Open Euro Formula Championship. Marco Carlino about to get the field underway. We wait for the green flag, which flies now. Costoya on pole position. 36 karts on circuit to decide the title for 2023. There is the Glaswegian Zach Drummond to start on the outside 2nd row of the grid, which looks like this. Costoya on pole position alongside the Belgian for the Belgian team, VDK Racing. It's Thibaut Ramekes. Fastest qualifier for Team Driver Kart Republic. David Cosmo Christopher, Zach Drummond, the Glaswegian, Scott Lindblom, the Swede, and Filippo Sala, 2nd in the series, starts out of 6. Stepan Antonov, he's the series leader out of 7. Dries van Langendonk, Noah Wolf, and Jack Eilef, 1.5 British drivers on the 5th row of the grid. Jacopo Martinez, Jetty Skulinov, Taim Salek, Kipolowski, Bondarev, the reigning champion, Lewis Werrell, a DNF this morning for the Brit in the pre-final. Letamaki is next. Kralik, Schaufler is way back on the grid. Halban, Morillo da Rocha, Kiro Ditsiev, Harata Endo Kirabati, Hana Hernandez. Then we go to Shinmark, Scott Marsh, Lev Krutogolov, Al Baxoy, who won the first round of the championship. Bussol, Daniel Kelleher, Kamyab, Kaczynski, Pajola, Gael Bag, and the Swiss Singaporean Tiziano Monza. Costoya on pole position. We'll go around one more time. You can see the yellow light flashing. No chance of a start, and the Scotsman simply parks in the middle of the circuit. The 2-time British champion, Zach Drummond, We'll keep you updated with the championship order, the virtual championship. Here, Stepan Antonov, 196 points. He was in the grass on the opening lap at Franciacorta, fought back brilliantly to take victory. Filippo Sala, second in the series. You just got a glimpse of his legendary world-class mechanic, Lorenzo Arbo, now working with the Sodi Kart team and mechanicking brilliantly for Filippo Sala, the third row of the grid, 3-3-4 for Filippo Il Trentino. There is Filippo, the golden helmet of the Italian for the French team. But it is Costoya from Galicia in the northwest of Spain, on top of Portugal, geographically speaking. Costoya on pole position. Welcome to Cremona, the 22nd circuit WSK promotion has ever raced at in its 18-year history. The title to be decided here this afternoon. Costoya leads the field up to the line. We race for the 2023 WSK Supermaster Series title. David Cosmo Christopher slots up into second place. We're watching for the golden helmet of Filippo Sala, the Italian. There's a Sodi Kart on the inside. You know the championship contender is right behind him in the form of Stepan Antonov. From pole position, Costoya leads them down the back straight for the first time. Scott Lindblom under attack, the Swede, in position 3. He's got Ramekers and Cosmo Christopher ahead and behind him. Zach in position 5 on the opening lap of the race. Costoya with the race lead. A clean start for the junior final here at Cremona. As they come across the line for the first time, Costoya is being hounded by the Card Republics with the Tony Kart of Scott Lindblom right there in third place. Cosmo Christopher in second. And then as Ramekers behind Scott Lindblom in the Tony Kart, who's now being passed by the Belgian Thibaut Ramekers down the inside. And the Card Republics goes second and third. It's the Paralympian of Costoya who's got the race lead. Zach Drummond ahead of Filippo Sala and Stepan Antonov. Costoya, at the moment, the early stages of the race, is the championship leader. 232 points to Antonov on 221. The Spaniard, if he wins the race, if Antonov and Sala stay back, he would take the title. Still a long way to go. He's about to complete the second lap. As we see, Thibaut Ramekers, the Belgian, the fastest qualifier, over into second place. Cosmo Christopher back to third. Scott Lindblom, Zach Drummond. Clean start here this afternoon. There is Filippo Sala. The Sodi Kart clean start. I speak too soon because Daniel Kelleher, the two-time Irish and the European champion, is out, along with Roman Kamyab for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Costoya now from the Belgian. Look at Zach on the attack. The Glaswegian down the inside. Nicely done by Drummond. The two-time British mini champion goes up into third place. Sala follows in through. Sala can take the title as well. Ramekers on the back of the Spaniard for the VDK racing team. They come out of the final corner, a perfect clean line for Christian Costoya here at Cremona. We start lap 4 of the 17-lap final, the fourth final round of the 2023 WSK Supermaster Series. That's an opportunity for the Belgian to go by the Spaniard. That's a better one. Thibaut up the inside, goes wheel to wheel. Costoya in the grass. Almost. Does not give him room, but the Belgian muscles his way on through. It looked for all money as though the Spaniard was going to end up in the wall. Sala on the outside of Zach. Super start from Filippo Sala. He moves up into third place. The Belgian leads, the Spaniard second. And the driver from the very north of Italy up into third place. We're watching from Stepan Antonov as well. He's fallen down the field. He's in position 10 as we start lap 5. Costoya has got the race lead just from Ramekers. Sala in P3 from Zach Drummond. An incident off screen has cost one of the Sodi Karts. It's Joel Pajola, the Finn has retired in the wall. He's out. Costoya down the back straight can still take the title. Stepan Antonov certainly can as well. There is the Russian in the background. He's up to P9 ahead of Therese van Langendonk in traffic, but a 48.251 for Stepan, the fastest lap of the race. This is going to erupt. There's Joel Pajola's Sodi card abandoned at the side of the circuit. The Finns afternoon is over. Christian looks over his shoulder. Back to the Belgian. Zach Drummond, position 4, with the fastest qualifier, David Kosman Christopher behind him. The Chetila Racing Card Republics in 2nd and 5th. The Glaswegian in the Paralin in 4th place. The Paralin leads it. From the VDK Racing Miami Powered Kart Republic in P2. Kostoya is still the virtual championship leader from Sala. Sala needs to take the place. Noah Wolf in trouble. Oh, hugely disappointing for the hugely impressive Brit. Noah Wolf from position 6 is out. Rolls to a stop, and that helps Stepan Antonov. He's behind his countryman Jetty Skulinov. They move up into 6 and 7. What a disappointment for Noah Wolf, who rolls to a stop. The Brits afternoon is over. Lap 6. And the front 5 pull away. Back to Skulinov and Antonov. Lindblom back to 8. Tayem Sala, Schaufler. Superstar from the Pink Panther, the Austrian from Grid 19. He's up into P10. He's ahead of the reigning champion, Alexander Bondarev, Jack Eilef, and Lewis Werrell in position 13. Dries van Langendonk almost certainly won't take the title. He's gone backwards. The Belgian back into P14 from Grid 8. Ramekers, Kostoya, they work together. As we approach half race distance, the first of our finals here this afternoon under threatening skies, I hate to say, for the OK Junior Final, Kostoya P1. There is Thibaut Ramekers, B&L Belgian champion for the Chetila Racing Card Republic team. Kostoya, 3-time WSK Mini champion. And he can take the Supermaster Series as well here today. So can Sala in P3. Stepan Antonov, P6. He's behind David Kosman Christopher, the fastest qualifier, whose teammate's in 2nd place. Chetila Racing teammate, that is. There's the Romanian, the fastest qualifier, Skulinov. Tayem Sala, the German champion in the Southern Card Republic, ahead of Bondarev and Schaufler up into P8. Through the double left-hander, there's an opportunity coming up right now on the right-hander, and they hold off. We move into the second half of the final. Fastest lap of the race again for Stepan Antonov. He's doing exactly what he did at Franciacorta to win the second round, minus the off-track excursion. He was way down the field, outside the top 10, fought his way back brilliantly to take victory in round 2. He's in P6, and he's done a 48 dead. He's the fastest driver on the circuit. He's broken clear of his countryman, Jetty Skulinov. As you get a glimpse of Ian Krulix, a bandit 312 card in the background. Here's an opportunity for Thibaut on the back of Christian. The Spaniard holds him off. Sala will not need to be asked twice. The driver from Trento in the north of Italy, with a wild black bear still run through the forest. So far from the north of Italy that they actually speak German. He's driving for the French team. He's got the Belgian ahead of him, but the Spaniard for the team from Bassano del Grappa in P1. Kostoya, still the championship leader, still the race leader. From Ramekers, Sala. In the background, that's Stepan Antonov who's got them, as David Kosman Christopher goes by and takes Zach Drummond. Antonov follows him through. That has championship ramifications. There is now 6 points between Kostoya and Antonov. We'll bring you up to date with the championship. The virtual championship, it is changing every lap. Kostoya desperately needs to win the race. He's in P1, Ramekers glued to the back of him. There's confirmation of the championship, bottom right of your screen, 236 points to Antonov. And Kostoya, 232, he loses another position, and he loses points in the title chase as well. Ramekers goes up into the lead. That would cost Kostoya the title unless he can respond. And even worse for him is Antonov. He's coming. Sala's there as well. Filippo's not out of the title chase either. Racing here at Cremona, the 2023 WSK Supermaster Series. Sala sends it into second place. Costoya's gone back to third. He won't win the title from there. Rummakers can't take the title. He's down in 8th on 134 points, but he can win the race. And he may well do that because he's driving away from this pack. 0.4 of a second over Sala, Costoya, Antonov. In P4, Lewis Werrell, meanwhile, up into P10 from grid 16 with a 48 dead. Lewis from Lincolnshire, who won at the start of the year at South Garda Karting Lonato. Hugely entertaining, a DNF in the pre-final this morning. But Lewis is like lightning to watch. There he is in the background. 3:29 for the Forza Racing team, the fastest driver on the circuit. Antonov would take the title. As we move into the second half of the race, there is the Russian. 3:10 for the Card Republic team. David Kosmo-Christopher, the Romanian, right behind. He took pole position on Friday. Rummakers, the gap, 0.4 of a second. Now it's 0.5. Another 1/10 of a second. He puts between himself and Sala. 48.248 for Rummakers, 48.327 for Sala. Costoya, position 3, being caught by Stefan Antonov. David Kosmo-Christopher right behind. There's Zach Drummond, P6 for the two-time British mini champion. Lewis Werrell in the background. Dives down the inside of Scott Lindblom under brakes and he takes him. Nice pass by Lewis. Scott back to P10. Four laps now remaining, 5 kilometres to race. Rummakers is looking good to take the race win. He would finish 6th in the championship. Can't take the title as Schaufler now up into P11 with 48 dead, the fastest lap of the race for the Austrian. He's out of it this afternoon, but reminding us he's always quick. The Pink Panther has got some superb speed, even if he'll miss the podium seemingly today. Sala in second. Costoya under attack from Antonov. He may not know he does not need to get by onto the podium to take the title. He's done so anyhow. Costoya's in trouble. David Kosmo-Christopher, DCC goes on through, goes wheel to wheel. Costoya tries to defend, but the Spaniards off the road into the grass. He's being belted. Lewis goes on by. Costoya will not win the WSK Supermaster Series for 2023. He's out of it. Rummakers on his way to victory. Antonov would take the title. Sala desperately needs to get by the Belgian to win the race and take the championship. Lewis Werrell behind the Scotsman, who's off the road. Zach under attack. Werrell picks up another one. Brilliant pass, brilliant performance for Lewis Werrell. Quick once again, the fastest driver on the circuit is down in P17. Elliot Kaczynski from the back of the grid has passed 16 karts in 14 laps. Lewis goes on by Zach Drummond. And the driver from Lincolnshire in the King's England, I'll tell you what, he's not far off the podium. Another stunning drive for the Englishman ahead of the Scotsman. It's the Belgian in P1. That's the Italian with the golden helmet, Filippo Sala. In the 334 Soddy kart, goes down through the chicane for the penultimate time. Stefan Antonov, position 3, but critically P1 in the championship. Does not need to risk it. He does not need to pass the Italian to take the title. Rummakers on his way to victory in the 4th final deciding round of the WSK Supermaster Series. Watch Stefan Antonov up the inside. Sala leads the door open and Stefan simply says spasiba. And Antonov is one lap away from taking the WSK Supermaster Series for 2023. Off the road in the background is Zach Drummond. The Scotsman's out. Heartbreak for Drummond, who's gone around coming onto the straight for the final time. Rummakers on his way to victory. Antonov second. Sala third. Antonov will take the title. What a drive from Lewis in the background. Tayam Sala, the German champion, ahead of the Pink Panther, who's come from grid 19. The Austrian up into 7th place ahead of Costoya. The final few corners. A brilliant performance from Tibor Rummakers as Sala loses another position. He's off the podium. That checkered flag is about to wave The Belgian Thibaut Ramekes wins the race, but the new champion for 2023 for Czech Republic, Stepan Antonov. Cosmo Christopher on the podium in third place, takes Sala 2 corners from the finish. Antonov, the new champion for 2023. Ramekes, credit to the Belgian and the Belgian VDK racing team. He wins the final round of the Supermaster Series here at Cremona. Antonov P2, it was enough. And he is the new champion for 2023. David Cosmo Christopher passes Filippo Sala on the last corner of the last lap of the race. Sala off the podium. He does take second in the title, but he's fourth here today. Lewis Werrell, what a drive again. Entertains us home into P5 from Tame Sailor. Nicholas Schaufler, Kostoyer, the earlier race leader, P8 from Jack Iliff, Scott Lindblom, position 10. Stepan Antonov, he fought back, he was in the grass in the opening stages at Franciacorta. He won round 2. He came within 1 position of victory here in round 4, but it matters little. He is the champion provisionally for 2023. Antonov, 256 points. To Sala, second on 211 points, and Kostoyer, 8th home today, but 3rd in the championship on 172 points. Just in time, the sun comes out to shine. Stay with us on WSK.IT, the podium presentation for firstly the race, Thibaut, Stepan and David, and then the 2023 WSK Supermaster Series title to be awarded here at Cremona. Podio. The podium presentation about to get underway here at Cremona. We wait for the drivers to come up to the podium. firstly, the race podium, and then we award the championship for 2023, the WSK Supermaster Series. The drivers coming up from Parc Fermé, and fortunately, the rain has held off. The first round of the Italian F4 Championship getting underway. A week ago at Imola, round 2 at Misano in 7 days' time. This is the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series here at Cremona. So the drivers making their way up the long trek from Parc Fermé, and they'll be here on the podium in just a moment. The first of our 5 finals here this afternoon on WSK.IT, also on Motorsport TV as well. So the drivers finally making their way up to the podium here for the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series. This is the 4th round. The final round is the 8th event of 2023, the 18th season of WSK promotion. We've been watching the weather all weekend. We had heavy rain yesterday, which has cleared, and we've raced the first of our 5 finals on a dry circuit here today. So now the drivers in the golf cart on their way back up from Parc Fermé, and we're just a few moments away from getting underway with the podium presentation. Firstly for the race, round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series, and then for the title, Stepan Antonov provisionally, we believe, has taken the championship. So the drivers make their way up from Parc Fermé, and with that, we're ready to get underway with the podium. Firstly for the race, and then the 2023 WSK Supermaster Series. The fastest qualifier on Friday, he comes home in P3 with a last lap pass. Position 3 in round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series from Romania for Czech Republic, David Cosmo Christopher. He did exactly the same as he did at Franciacorta. He picked them off one by one. He comes home position 2 here at Cremona. Second in the race, Stepan Antonov. A class act from the outset. The Belgian driver for the Belgian team, VDK Racing. The winner of the 4th round of the WSK Supermaster Series here at Cremona for VDK Racing, Thibaut Ramekes. The 3rd place trophy for David Cosmo Christopher, Czech Republic. Second place also for Card Republic, Stepan Antonov. The winner of the fourth round of the WSK Supermaster Series from Belgium for VDK Racing, Thibaut Ramekes. The national anthem of Belgium. Round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Third place, David Cosmo, Christopher Stepan, P2, and Thibaut wins here at Cremona. A quick word with our race winner, Card Republic, 1, 2, 3, interestingly enough. David, stay with us. Stepan, don't go too far away either. Thibaut Ramekes, a brilliant weekend here at Cremona. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's a super weekend. I am very happy. Yeah, I'm happy.
Super félicitations aussi. Card Republic, 1, 2, 3, round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series here at Cremona. So that is first, second, and third for the race. And in a moment, we'll get underway with the podium presentation for the championship as well. So the new champion for 2023, he's finished in P2, but we'll get to him in a moment. He's already a WSK champion, third place in the WSK Supermaster Series for 2023 for Team Paralin from Spain, Cristian Costoya. Second place, the Italian driver for the French team, a brilliant performance, all championship. P2 in the Supermaster Series, the Italian for Team Sodicat, Filippo Sala. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the top step of the podium, the new 2023 WSK Supermaster Series champion, Stepan Antonov. Third place in the Supermaster Series for 2023, the Spaniard Cristian Costoya. Second place, the Italian Filippo Sala. Un grande applauso, a huge round of applause for the new champion, Stepan Antonov. Congratulations to Cristian, Filippo, and of course our new champion. If I can, Cristian, I'll step in here with a word with Kare and Stepan Antonov. Mate, you did that the hard way. We were very nervous watching, the same as at Franciacorta, but you came back and you are the champion.
Yeah, it was a bit hard, but I was very consistent in all rounds, so I make it, I'm proud. Yeah.
Congratulations, and to the Kart Republic team as well. Stay with us from Cremona. The WSK Supermaster Series continues in just a moment. Back here at Cremona, and we're ready to race with the mini under 10 final here to decide the title as well. Before we do, let's check out some of the highlights from a brilliant week here at Cremona. New innovation for 2023 is the division of the mini Group 3 category into over and under 10 drivers. This is the under 10 mini category for the youngest of the youngest, but still super talented. You are looking effectively at the FIA Formula One World Championship grid of, well, let's say 2029, 2030, maybe 2031. The karts are on the circuit. We are looking to decide the title here this afternoon. Alexander Legenki is on pole position. The 3-minute board is going up, so still a few moments before the start. And he is the championship leader, overtaking Antoine Fanon, who's had a tough run here this weekend at Cremona. The sun coming out to shine just in time. Legenki to the left of your screen, the WSK Champions Cup champion. This is the rebuilt Cremona Circuit, 1,210 metres. Deceptively quick. People were saying when it was designed, oh, it's tight, it's slow. No, not at all. The mini drivers, 107, 109 k's an hour even, deceptively quick. A traditional kart track, unlike some of the, well, auto racing circuits which we've raced at over the past decade or so. This is a genuine driver's circuit. And thankfully, we are racing the final of Mini Under 10 on a sunny afternoon here at Cremona. It is springtime here. You can see the trees behind Parc Fermé in the background. The breeze is blowing quite strong. That is where the paddock is about to be extended and rebuilt in the next coming months. Don't worry, we'll plant more trees. Here at Cremona, a magnificent facility ready to race the Under 10 mini final. Legenki is the championship leader on 204 points. Antoine Fanon, the DAP driver who finished P2 in the Champions Cup on the last corner of the last lap on January 29 when it was freezing at South Garda Karting Lonato. You can see the graphic on your screen. It is 19 degrees and Celsius in sunshine here for the final. So Legenki 204 points and on pole position. Bernal 201 points. Daniel Kutzkoff 192 points. And Maximus Zunt fourth in the championship, 1.80. The Swede, who won last time out at Sardo, took the victory from Kz2 and Gr3. Leo Gr3, of course, he fought back to win at Castelletto 2 weeks ago in the third round of the WSK Open Series. Legenki to the left of your screen, Gr3 to the right. The 1 minute board goes up, and the beautiful Greek girls, thankfully, here at Cremona lead the circuit. And we're ready to race the 10-lap mini under 10 final. We'll go through the grid for you. 36 karts on the circuit, this 1,210 metre circuit. You can see the WSK, LeConte, Vega Tyre, and Sparko flags to the right of your screen, and the trees in the background. The breeze really picking up as Leo Gr3 a little bit slow to get underway, but now he's got the kart moving. 5.26 for the pole to start out of grid 2. Legenki on P1, Gr3 out of 2. Sebastian Escandati with a brilliant win in the pre-final this morning. Michele Orlando is behind the Australian on grid 4. Kz2, Pote, Albert Tam, and the former championship leader Vermont, Alessandro Trushowen for the Firefly Racing Team, the Slovakian Alex Malota. Xavier Lazaro, Maximus On, Nicolo Perigo, Roland Nagy, Antonio Chepa. And then we go to Drew Waltz from Idaho, Didier Cruz from the Netherlands, Eduardo Polucci, Mason Robertson, Jason Cosmopoulos from Greece, Yanni Ria, the Franciacorta race winner out of grid 22, Sini from Indonesia, Enya Pezzuto. DML on debut is the Dutchman, Davide Moscardi, Koko Kruglik, Lee from China, and the Swiss driver, Orlando Rovelli for the Kiddix Driver Academy, Yuno Park, the South Korean LDP, Buljone, Seva Osati Shushlovsky, Ivan Krishanovsky, and Andrea Iannoni. Legenki is the pole sitter, and he is now the championship leader. He will be pushed, you can be assured, down into turn 1 by the Australian Sebastian Escandati. We'll see if we get a start this time around under the control of our race director, Mr. Marco Carlino. Legenki, the Ukrainian, the championship leader, on pole position. Up to the line, and we race for the title. Down into turn 1, perfect start from Legenki as predicted. The Queenslander follows the Ukrainian through, but he leaves the door open. Albert Tam for Team Baby Race is right there, as is Leo Gr3, and they go up the inside and take the Australian. Mini Kz2, that's Daniel as well. Escandati back to P3. Clean start for the Mini Under 10 final as they race down the back straight for the first time. The team driver from Ukraine, he won the WSK Champions Cup. He's in position 1. We're watching for Antoine Finot. Closest contender in the championship, I can tell you, he's had a disastrous start. He's not even inside the top 15 as the Baby Race driver goes on through to take the lead. Nicely done by Mini Kz2. So the Russian leads the Ukrainian, the Australian in position 3, Daniel in position 1, and Legenki in second place. Antoine Finot has only come across the line right now. A disaster for the Belgian, who was the championship leader. He's way down the field in position 24. Legenki takes back P1. Sebastian follows him on through. Gr3, the Castelletto WSK Open Cup race winner in position 3. And then you know this, Michele Orlando. Sebastian sends it. The Australian in position 1 and says, this race is mine, boys. He goes by and takes the lead. Right behind him is Leo Gr3, the Baby Race team driver, right behind the Vortex-powered Tony Kart. Sebastian defends nicely. The two-time AKC Australian champion from Brisbane in Australia. Legenki up into second place, and that allows Sebastian to pull away ever so slightly. Orlando in the background. Look at that, the Baby Race drivers, Kz2 and Gr3. The tap of the helmet saying, what are we doing, boys? Sebastian's pulling away. Legenki in position 1, Legenki in position 2, as Kz2. Up the inside, the Russian passes the Ukrainian, who gets him back on the exit. Sebastian with a nice lead on lap 3 of the 10-lap final. He looks over his shoulder nervously, the fielder coming. Antoine Finot down in position 21. He's not even in the top 5 in the championship. He's not in the top 20 in the race. The Belgian in the legendary tap kart has had a disastrous start. He has got 7 laps to do something spectacular if he's to take the title this afternoon. Sebastian looks over his shoulder. 103 k's an hour for the Australian, 105 for Legenki as he gets the slipstream from the Vortex Power Tony kart. And the Russian fighting to try and get by the Ukrainian, who himself slips up the inside of the Australian. Sebastian back to P3. The Queenslander now fighting off the Pole, Leo Gorski. Behind its time, Nicolo Pericol in the energy kart has made a super start in P6. As Gorski and Tam go on by, Sebastian gets him back on the exit. Legenki, the Ukrainian, for the Venetian team on Deva Deluki team driver, and in Kutskov back in P1. Legenki gets him back on the exit on a corner where you cannot pass. It's going to cost them all time. This is getting messy. Legenki's got the race lead just from Kutskov. Watch Leo Gorski in position 4 behind the Australian in the Tony kart. Not through the right-hander, but the left-hander coming up right now. Kutskov up the inside. Sebastian tries to follow through. Thinks better of it. An entertaining race, and we've only raced the first half of it so far. Down the back straight for the 5th of 10 times. Legenki pulls out under brakes. They skate. They're trading positions. Gorski takes Iskandari. And Legenki goes by Kutskov. That's Nicolo Pericol in the background. The son of World Rally Championship racer Alessandro, who's watching on his boy car through the field. In fact, he's in the room right next to me here. The commentary studio here at Cremona. Nicolo Pericol in the 559 energy kart. He was on the podium in the WSK Open Cup. Pericol is il pericolo. He is the danger man, Pericol. He's up into position 5. There's the energy kart. He's behind the Australian Sebastian Eskandari. But it is still the Russian and the Ukrainian fighting for the lead. Kutskov has a big look at the back of Legenki. Gets a good exit. There's the championship at the bottom right of your screen. Legenki would take the title. The second lap of a thrilling mini under 10 final, the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series here at Cremona. We start lap 7 of 10. Sebastian on the back of Leo. The baby race driver, 2nd and 3rd. Team driver, P1. And the Tony kart pilot in P4. From Orlando, he's now the top Italian. Malotta. Pericol falls back to 7 ahead of Colucci, Tam, and Oliver Sini. Then it's Antonio Cheba, Grift, Waltz. Great performance from Drew Waltz all weekend. The driver from Idaho in the United States of America, former competitor in the BMX Racing World Championships. Waltz, the American, just outside the top 10, competed at Zolder in the BMX World Championships a couple of years ago. They went over to the kart circuit at Genk in Belgium, which we know oh so well. He and his brother Devon, and now they're racing in this world-class WSK Supermaster Series final. The American on the edge of the top 10 behind Gr3 Prefinal and the Indonesian Oliver Sini. 3 laps remaining. Legenki, Kutskov, Gorski, and Sebastian Eskandari. The gap between 2nd and 37 of a second. That is between Daniel and 3rd place Gorski. Eskandari not making the move yet on the Castelletto race winner Leo Gorski, the British-based pole for Team Baby Race. And the Australian knows if he attacks, they'll both lose time to the leading duo. The 2 Italians in the background, Michele Orlando and Nicolo Pericol. The Formula K from the energy car, Malotta and Colucci in position 7 and 8. Colucci has come from a mile back. Grid 18, the Italian in P7. You're watching the Tony kart driver from Brisbane, the city that will host the 2032 Olympic Games. At the moment, he's a step off the podium. He took pole position at Franciacorta in round 2 of this, the WSK Supermaster Series. He led early on, but he's running out of time. As Legenki defends from Kutskov though, Gorski and Eskandari will catch the leading duo. team driver from Team Baby Race, who are in second and third place. Down through the chicane, Kz2 thinks about it. Now Legenki goes defensive. Kz2 says, go boy, go! He knows that behind him, Leo Gorski and Sebastian Eskandari are catching the both of them. The Russian and the Ukrainian, they work together in a significant moment for world peace here and world motorsport. Now they fight. The Ukrainian will go across the line in position 1 to start the last lap of the race. Here we go. Legenki P1, Kz2 P2, Gorski and Sebastian Eskandari. The last lap of the final. Legenki goes defensive, Gorski's right there. Watch Sebastian in position 4. Up the inside, the two Baby Race team drivers. Half a lap to go. At the moment, it is the WSK Champions Cup champion in P1. Down the back straight for the final time. Petticoat's not out of this either. Sebastian on the outside, cuts back on the inside. It's a 5-car fight for the final. What a race here at Cremona. Legenki has to hold on, not into the left-hander, but the double right coming up. Right now, Gorski hits the back of Eskandari. The Australian's out of it. Alexander Legenki wins. The WSK Champions Cup champion accelerates out of the final corner. What a race, what a drive. Legenki wins here at Cremona. Kz2 Prefinal. Nicolo Prefinal has taken the podium. What a drive from the Italian. And I can tell you, because he's jumping up and down right beside him, beside the commentary studio, his father Alessandro Prefinal is delirious with joy. Nicolo Prefinal for Team Energy has come home third. Daniel Kz2 P2. Legenki wins it. Alexander Legenki is the WSK Supermaster Series champion for 2023. He wins the race in the title. Kz2 P2 and P2 in the championship. Prefinal, bravissimo. He started out of grid 13 and he's taken the podium here today. Gorski misses it, but the pole is P3 in the championship. What a race here at Cremona. Unbelievable. Legenki wins the race and the title. Kz2 P2 in the race and the championship. Prefinal P3 for the Energy Course team from grid 13, if you don't mind. Gorski P4, Sebastian heartbreak again, but P5, he can hold his head high. Orlando, Malata, Tam, Colucci, and Cini in position 10 from grid 23 for the Indonesian for Tingamoto. Legenki, the new champion, and will stand on the top step of the podium in just a moment. Making their way up from Park up to the podium. And in just a moment, we'll get underway with first the podium presentation for the race and also for the championship for 2023. What a race here at Cremona. And Alexander Legenki wins the race and the title. The Russian and the Ukrainian drivers working together, and then it all kicked off. What a drive from Nicolo Perico. His father, Alessandro Perico, almost jumping onto the circuit with delight. Coming from grid 13 for the Energy Course team. Bad luck for Sebastian Escandari, who comes home P5 after leading in the final earlier on. Can hold his head high on the long trip back to Brisbane. Sebastian Escandari in position 5. The drivers are now making their way up to the podium, and we're almost ready to get underway with first the race podium and then the championship for 2023. So the drivers are here. And with that, we are ready to get underway with firstly the race podium for the 60 mini under 10 category in round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series here at Cremona. A brilliant drive from grid 13 for the Italian for Team Energy Course. Terza posizione, Nicolo Perico. Second place for Team Baby Race, it's Daniel Mini Kutskov. The winner of round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series here at Cremona, the Ukrainian 14 driver, Alexander Legenki. Third place in round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series, the Italian for Team Energy Course, Nicolo Perico. Second place with a brilliant race, Daniel Mini Kutskov. The winner of the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series here at Cremona, Alexander Legenki. The national anthem of Ukraine. The podium for round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Third place, Nicolo Perico. Second, Daniel Kutskov. The winner, Alexander Legenki. Congratulations to Nicolo, Daniel, and Alexander. Restate con noi, Nicolo. Just stay with us, Daniel. Alexander, that was one of the best races we have ever seen. How on earth did you win that?
It was so difficult with not very good qualifying because Dania is spinning my best lap. That's why I do P5 in overall. I win first heat, second one I go P3 because of the rain. My mechanic was loose with the pressure a little bit, and Third heat, I finished P... I don't remember. And I want to say thank you for my team, for boss David, for manager Salvo, for my parents, for mechanic Carlo, and for everyone who support me.
Congratulations, Alexander. Congratulations also, Nicolo. And second place, Daniel. That is the race. Don't go too far away because now we will award the championship for Mini Under 10 for the Supermaster Series. Was the race podium, and now we will award the title, the WSK Supermaster Series Mini Under 10 title. The first time we have awarded this trophy in WSK Supermaster Series competition. In third place for 2023, the pole 14 baby race, Leo Gorski. Second place in the race and second in the championship, Daniel Mini Kutskov. The race winner and the new champion. Welcome back to the top step of the podium. 14 driver, the Ukrainian Alexander Legenki. Third place in the WSK Supermaster Series Mini Under 10 2023, the pole, Leo Gorski. Second place in the Supermaster Series 14 baby race, Daniel Mini Kutskov. Ladies and gentlemen, the new WSK Supermaster Series champion, 14 driver from Ukraine, Alexander Legenki. Congratulations to Leo, Daniel, and the new champion, Alexander Legenki. Stay with us on WSK.IT and Motorsport TV as well. The Mini Gr3 Final in just a moment. Back here at Cremona, we just had a cracking race, and as you can see, the karts are on the grid for the 60 Mini. This is the original Group 3 category, the original Mini class, the final in just a moment. Before we race, let's check out some of the highlights from this week here at Cremona. Well, the Brit has been brilliant. His name is Noah Baglan. That is the English driver to the bottom left of your screen. He'll be starting on pole position in just a moment. 36 karts on the grid as we are ready to race for both the race round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series, and also we decide the championship here in 10 laps time. Dean the Dutchman, Dean Hugendorn, P3 in the previous round of the championship, which was won by Jean-Matteo Rousseau, who has not had a good run so far this weekend. This is the Panamanian I speak of. He won at Sano. He is still mathematically in contention for the title. Dean Hugendorn certainly is. He was the championship leader coming in. He starts on the outside third row of the grid. 36 karts on the grid. Noah Baglan has been brilliant here this weekend. He has taken 4 heat wins from 4 starts. Bogdan Cosmo Christopher, he was the fastest qualifier, the Romanian. He is still there on the third row of the grid alongside Dean the Dutchman. This promises to be a cracking race here this afternoon. Ten laps for the mini-final. Under threatening skies, the breeze has really picked up as the grid girls leave the circuit. Oh, there we take away the graphic just in time. What a tremendous sight this is. I'm not talking about the 36 karts, I'm talking about some of the most beautiful grid girls in the world who now leave the circuit here as we get ready to race the WSK Supermaster Series race and the title here today. That is Noah Baglan to the bottom left of your screen. The drivers from the British Commonwealth lock out the front row of the grid. Billy C from Melbourne, Australia, to the bottom right of your screen, has been knocking on the door of a major WSK international victory for some time. A couple of pole positions in a row in the WSK Open Series. Has not had the luck. We'll see what he can do in 10 laps time. William Collegia out of Gr3 for Team Baby Race. Noah Baglan, the Brit, as the green flag flies and the field set off. And with that, let's take a look at the grid for you. Noah Baglan will start on pole position alongside William Collegia and the 2-time WSK race winner, Bosco Adius out of Gr3. Iskander Zulfikari from Istanbul in Turkey, who has dominated MIDI racing, starts out of Gr4, then it's the fastest qualifier, BCC out of 5. Dean the Dutchman, the championship leader out of 6. Keelan Harvick, the American. Vladimir Ivanikov for Tingamoto. Bruno Gritz and the Canadian Eiley Christian in the Tony karts. Mariano Lopez, the South American alongside the North American Asher Oxtein, Pietro Baguti, Valerio Villapiana, Money from Monaco, Samchik for the Kiddix Driver Academy, Blanco, Mazzola, Ruben Esteves, and Marcel Jebel for AV Racing is the Hungarian. Mark Pilapenko, Lorenzo D'Amico, Luke Gamalbasha from Belgrade, Manuel Miguez, Jay Shen on the podium at Franciacorta was the Chinese driver, Blandino, Twee Piloten van the Netherlands, Luke Tau, Billy van Staveren, Watts, that is the older brother from Idaho, Devon, then it's Egon Pedrotti, Jean-Matteo Russo, the Sano race winner, Kalausian, Maxim Borbashov, Adam Brilla, and the American Spaniard from Madrid for the Sicilian Tingamoto, Nicola Stanley. 10 laps to decide the title. Round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series with the Brits on pole position. We don't race. Another formation lap under the control of our race director, Marco Carlino. Another opportunity to cool the nerves, if that is indeed possible, for San Collegia, William's mother, who has to be the most nervous person. I told you in Italy in the pre-final, I'll upgrade that and say she is the most nervous person in Europe at the moment. William Collegia out of Gr2. Mentored over the years by the multi-international champion Dave Serra, now running kart class all around the world. His protege, can he take a maiden breakthrough victory, following in the footsteps of his countrymen James Wharton, Jack Doohan, Oscar Piastri and Joey Mawson a decade ago. Noah Baglan, well, no shortage of British champions for Noah to emulate in the world of karting. Actually crossed the line in position 1 at Sano, but a post-race penalty dropped the Brit off the podium. Looking for revenge is Noah Baglan. That's the American 530 Keelan Harvick. As Bosco Arias stops. Bosco Arias has got a problem. Oh, what a disaster for the Spaniard. The car has stalled on the formation lap. Bosco Arias helpless. The two-time WSK race winner. He won the previous round. He won at Franciacorta. And in the Open Series, he's out on the formation lap. From the second row of the grid, Iskander Zulfikar's got nobody alongside him except fresh air. Baglin on pole position. We race. Bosco's out before the start. Baglin leads and Billy C goes through in position 2. The baby race drivers in second and third, you know that's BCC who's trying to go through into position 3. The American Keelan Harvick is breathing down the neck of the Romanian. Down through the chicane for the first time. Bosco Arias, what a sensation. He's out on the formation lap. He's still sitting in his cart, devastated, helpless. He won't win. Noah Baglin certainly might. He's got the race lead. And the drivers from England and Australia go 1-2. That's the Turk, Iskander Zulfikar in position 3. Defensive line from Noah Baglin as they come out of the final corner. William Collegiate knows that he gets the slipstream. He's going to push the Brit down into turn 1 if he doesn't pull out. At 104 k's an hour, Zulfikar, Cosman Christopher, Keelan up into position 5. Rocket start from the American, but he has to deal firstly with the fastest qualifier from Bucharest in Romania. It's Bogdan Cosmo Christopher. The order at the bottom of your screen: England, Australia, Turkey, Romania, and the driver from the United States of America. Behind him is Dean Hugendorn. As Billy C down the inside and Iskander follows him on through. Team Baby Rice in first and second place. Baglin back to third. Bogdan having to defend from Keelan. And they're now starting to bank up behind the American, including Dean Hugendorn, Vladimir Ivaninkov, Lopez, Gric, Ali Christian and Pietro Baguti on his home circuit. The leading trio, 2 drivers from Team Baby Race, and the iCarts entry of Noah Baglin back to third. Collegiate already starting to pull away. Surely this is the Australians' day. Dean Hugendorn needs to do something desperate as it stands. Still early stages, admittedly, of the final, but Zulfikar would take the title. There's Dean Hugendorn in the background. As Valerio Viopiana, Ivy Christian, Bruno Gritz, Mariano Lopez, Asher Oxtein, the second American, all fight for the bottom positions inside the top 10. The front trio: Kalija, Zulfikar, and Noah Baglin. Kalija cannot take the title, but he can certainly take his maiden WSK victory. The same virtually can be said for Baglin, 213 points. As it stands, Zulfikar on 354. This is lap 4 of 10. Dean Hugendorn in trouble. He's dropped down to P10. Dean Hugendorn is now in traffic. He will not win the championship unless he can do something spectacular in the remaining 6.5 laps. The front trio: Kalija, fastest sector now from Iskander Zulfikar. And then Baglin. That is Cosmo Christopher, who has dispensed with the American Keelan Harvick for the moment. And it's Ali Christian, Vladimir Ivaninkov for the Sicilian team, Komoto, Viopiana, Gritz, and Dean the Dutchman in position 10. It's all gone wrong for Hugendorn. He came into this final round as the championship leader, finished P3 at Sano. He took a victory, finally, after 12 months almost to the day in the WSK Open Series. He's up into position 8. That won't be enough. Zulfikar would take the title. Collegiate desperate for the race victory. Teamwork between the 2 Baby Race team drivers. And Collegiate, who showed dominant speed in the pre-final, slowing up, allowing Zulfikar, his teammate, to go through and win the pre-final maximum points. And Baby Race would take the title thanks to the tactics that we saw in the pre-final this morning. Remember the famous words, Fernando is faster than you. We saw it in the pre-final, but the final it's a different story. Zulfikari, he gets the slipstream from his teammate. Team Baby Race first and second. Baglan back to third. The British driver who dominated with 4 heat wins from 4 starts. Cosmo Christopher, Christian, Viapiana, Ivan Inkov, Hugenton, Harvick, Lopez, Matzola, and the second American from Florida. It's Asher Rockstein. They go down the back straight. Noah has a long, hard look behind. There is Eiley Christian, the Vortex Power Tony Kart of the Canadian in position 5. There's the championship confirmation. Bottom right of your screen. Zulfikari would take the title, even if his teammate Kalita wins the race, which he may well do as we move into the second half here at Cremona. This magnificent circuit, south of Milan. You've heard of the world-famous Stradivarius violins. If you can find one at a Sotheby's auction going for less than $1 million US, well, this is the town where they were manufactured some 3 centuries ago. History abounds here in the north of Italy, and forgive the cliche, another chapter is about to be written here this afternoon. Down through the chicane, Kalija with a 53.449 goes purple. The fastest driver on circuit, head down behind the steering wheel. His mum, Sam, I promise you, has got no fingernails left. Baglan back to 3. Eiley Christian on the back of his friend Bogdan Cosmo Christopher, but they're only enemies on the circuit. They're off the podium at the moment. Zulfikari would take the title. Yet another WSK championship for the driver from Istanbul in Turkey. He won the season opening WSK Champions Cup. He won the WSK Open Cup. He won the WSK Final Cup. And he's 3 laps away from becoming the WSK Supermaster Series champion for 2023. Kalija on his way to a maiden victory. He's 0.2 of a second faster than his teammate Billy C down through the chicane. The gap, 0.4 of a second. Eiley Christian still behind the Romanian, the fastest qualifier. That's Bogdan in P4. Viapiana, Ivan Inkov, Dean the Dutchman, P8. Second in the championship only, with 8th in the race here this afternoon. 2 laps now remaining for the Australian. Driving the wheels off the Baby Race Paralympic Opportunity chassis, and a 53.385 for William. Dave Serra, you have taught this boy well. He is just a lap and a half away from making history here in the north of Italy, following in the footsteps of his countrymen. James Wharton, Jack Doohan, Oscar Piastri. Back to Joey Mawson. You know Denny Rick took 8 Formula 1 Grand Prix victories here as well. Here as in Europe. And William following in their footsteps. Last lap, the gap is 0.6 of a second. Zulfikari, P2 would take the title. Ivanikov is in P7 ahead of Hugenton. This is the battle for 4 and 5. Eiley Christian, the Canadian, in the Vortex Powered Tony Kart behind the fastest qualifier, Bogdan Cosmo Christopher. Across the line, the gap was 0.601 of a second. It's out to 0.8. William will win. The driver from the city that hosted the biggest Formula 1 Grand Prix in history. 444,000 fans descending on Albert Park for the 3rd round of the FIA Formula 1 World Championship in the hometown of William Kalija, the boy from Melbourne, on his way to victory. Zulfikari in P2 will take the title. Baglan P3 on the podium. Will finish 5th in the championship. Heartbreak again for Hugendorn. P8, he will finish in P2 in the series. The final few corners, he will do it. We can hear you cheering on after midnight back in Melbourne, Australia. Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. William Kalija wins finally in WSK. Zulfikari crosses the line in P2. And with that, the driver from Istanbul is the WSK Supermaster Series champion for 2023. Baglan 3rd. Dean Hugendorn 2nd in the championship. And Bogdan Cosmo Christopher third in the series with a fourth place finish here today. He's finally done it. Sam Kalija, her heart has not beaten for a good 10 minutes or so. And William Kalija wins finally here in WSK. Zulfikari P2, and with that, the Turk for Team Baby Race is the WSK Supermaster Series champion for 2023. Backlund third. Bogdan Kosmon Christopher fourth in the race. And with that, the fastest qualifier for Team Driver is third in the WSK Supermaster Series championship. A fantastic race, a deserving race winner and a deserving champion as well. Team Baby Race win the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series and the title as well. Another, the fourth WSK title for Iskander Zulfikari. So Zulfikari is the new champion, 354 points. Dean Hugendorn, P2 for the Dutchman, 290 points. And Bogdan Kosmon Christopher, P3 in the championship on 230 points. Stay with us on WSK.IT, the podium presentation for firstly the race and then the championship in just a moment. Tremendous race here for the mini final. Team Baby Race win the race and they've taken the title as well. We wait for the drivers to make their way out from Parc Ferme. Firstly, the race podium and then the championship podium as well. The Kings England, Turkey and the Land Down Under, 1, 2, 3 in the race. And the Turk has taken his fourth WSK title. Baby Race dominate in mini again. It's quite a trek down from Parc Ferme here at Cremona, this magnificent circuit south of Milan. The drivers on the golf cart about to get onto the podium in just a moment. Vega caps go on firstly the race podium and then the championship for the 2023 WSK Supermaster Series. Round 4 of the WSK Supermasters Series here at Cremona. The brilliant Grid, who's been in superb form all weekend. Third place from the Kings England, Noah Baglin. For Team Baby Race from Istanbul in Turkey, second place in round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series is the Gr3 Prefinal. The unluckiest driver in 60 Mini for the past 12 months. He's taken pole position, but not had the luck. This time he's done it. The boy from the land down under, the winner of round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series. Let's hear it for the Australian, William Kz2. Third place, Noah Baglin from England. Second place for Team Baby Race, Kz2 The winner of round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series, the Australian for Team Baby Race, William Kz2. And with that, we hear it once again, the national anthem of Australia. The podium for round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series, Noah Baglin, Kz2 Prefinal and William Kz2. Congratulations to Noah Kz2 and William. We have to take the opportunity, mate, I'm going to step up with you. Sorry, Noah, if I can just squeeze in. I think the last time was James, Oscar, even Jack Doohan in, I reckon it was in Finland about 5 years ago. Mate, congratulations, well done. You've been the unluckiest driver for so long. Congratulations, you finally won, William.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's so cool hearing the Australian anthem because no Aussie has won in so long. But yeah, we were really lucky at the start. We ended up P2 and then we were able to overtake Noah and then somehow we drove away. I mean, we had really good pace thanks to the engine from Leo and Alessio and Leo. Yeah, just really glad to hold this trophy in my hand, but yeah, thank you.
Congratulations, mate. No impartiality at all, but we're very happy for you. There's your mum over there. I know she's dying to see you. Stay with us on WSK.IT. This is the race podium, the championship podium, in just a moment. And a brilliant performance all series. He's come up one short, but he can hold his head high. Vice champion of the 2023 WSK Supermaster Series for the KidX Driver Academy, Dean the Dutchman Hugenton. It's not his first title, but it's probably the hardest fought. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the top step of the podium, the new 2023 WSK Supermaster Series champion, Iskander the Great Zulfikari. Third place in the Supermaster Series from Romania, Bogdan Cosmo Christopher. The vice champion of the Supermasters Series, Dean the Dutchman Hugenton. From Istanbul in Turkey for Team Baby Race, this is the WSK Supermasters Series champion, Iskander Zulfikari. Congratulations to Bogdan, Dean, and the new champion, Iskander Zulfikari. Stay with us on WSK.IT. We continue racing the Supermaster Series here at Cremona. The Kz2 Final here at Cremona under threatening skies. The track is dry for the moment. The 5-minute board goes up. The Soddy Kart drivers 1, 2, 3 on the grid. Before we look at that, let's look at the highlights from this week here at Cremona. Spectacular as ever, the Kz2 Final. The championship decider here at Cremona. The karts are on the circuit. Still a few moments before the start of the Kz2 Final. The championship to be decided. Christian Bertuca. One hand on the trophy. No, not quite. He is the championship leader. Christian out of the third row of the grid. He's on 259 points. Emilian Danner, though, starts on pole position. And he's second in the championship on 218 points. The Soddy Kart drivers 1, 2, 3 on the grid. Emilian in 1, 2, 1. Senna in 1, 2, 2. Yevon the Bats in 1, 2 for the Sri Lankan on the second row of the grid. To the bottom left of your screen. To the left is Danner on pole position. His mechanic, Laurent Bizalion. The biggest Marseille FC fan there is in the paddock. And the CPB Sport team together with Soddy Kart. have got 1, 2, 3 on the grid, but they're second in the championship. Birulart first and third. Bertuca 259 points, Denner 218 points. Palomba Il Napolitano, the three-time WSK champion, the Open Series champion, the WSK Euro Series champion. He's third in the championship on 164 points. Il Napolitano starts on the third row of the grid alongside his teammate Christian Cannibal. Good run for Il Toscano. Alessio Piccini 107. Fourth row of the grid. As the green flag flies, the cart's pushed into life. And we're ready to race the final and decide the WSK Supermaster Series title, which dates back to 2010. Let's take a look at the grid. As we say, Sodikat 1, 2, 3 on the grid. Denner, Senna van Walstein, and Yevan David from Sri Lanka. Matteo Viganò, the Scusa Super Nationals champion. Won that title in Las Vegas the season or two back. I think it was 21, in fact. He starts out of grid 4. Bertuca, the championship leader. Palomba out of 6. Piccini out of 7. Jean Louillet, Samuel Louillet, the Swiss brothers for the Tony Kart racing team. And Tom Louillet, no relation, also for the green team out of 10. Facile, Maxim Rem, the German. Karol Pashovic, after racing the opening races in America at the start of the year, alongside Norton Andreas and Michele Fontana. Pietro Deliguanti, the F3 racer, is alongside Freddy Slater. Fast Freddy, who won last time out. Chalenta, Marigliano, Wojcic, Martinez, and Nick Taylor, the Canadian. Jakub Wojcic in the CRG. Poltan, Slavik Pugyatin. Eddie D'Alessandro Scoba in the DR cut, Alessandro Zucco. And from Costa Rica in the 106 Birulart, Gabriel Kaiwa. Bertuca. P5 on the grid, but P1 in the championship. It is a 21 lap final. The first ever WSK Supermaster Series Kz2 championship was won by the brilliant Dutch girl, Betsy Visser, back in 2010, driving a Dunlop shot, TM-powered Intrepid. Back in the good old days when we had open tyres. Zanchetta a year later, Jordan Lennox Lamb won in 2012, Max Verstappen 2013, Marco Ardigo 3 times. Did the Brescian, the legendary Italian driver, now retired, win the Supermaster Series 2014, 15 and 2018. Lorandi, Lammers, Simo Puhaka in 2020, Moraine Kramers, MK in 21, and the reigning champion, Senna van Walstein, is out of grid 2, but is mathematically out of the title. The French, TM-powered Sodikat Sigmas, 1, 2, 3 on the grid. The championship leader, Christian Cannibal Bertuca, 101, out of grid 5. Welcome to the amazing Cremona Circuit. The championship to be decided right here, right now. Denner to the left of your screen, Senna to the right. The red flag, the 5 red lights. We race! Perfect start from Denner. And Senna shadows him till the inside. Bertuca gets aggressive with the Sri Lanka. We've got a monster multi-cart pile-up at the exit of turn 2. It has eliminated one of the Tony Kart drivers and 2 Birularts. Viganò now up into P3. It's Palomba's out. Palomba is out. Alessio Piccini was also caught up in that. He's managed to restart, but he's way down at the back of the field. Jean Louillet has also been caught up in that second corner accident. And the Swiss driver in the 112 Tony Kart, he's out. Denner across the line. Senna tries to cover off Viganò. Il Bergamasco tolerates none of it. Martel rockets up into second place in the Lennox Racing Charles Leclerc kart. Bertuca is still there. He's still in position 4. David's P5. Tom Louillet, Daniel Facile, Ram has made a great start, the German, in position 8. Alessio Piccini has managed to keep going. There is Palomba walking back to the pits. He's out. Jean Louillet is also out. A sensational start to the Kz2 final, the championship decider of the WSK Supermaster Series. Denner can take the title. Bertuca, as it stands, is on 309 points and Denner on 298. This is far from over. Freddie Slater has made a brilliant start. He's come from grid 17. Fast Freddie, who won last time out the previous round of the championship at Sanu, is now up into position 10. There's the Englishman, the former world champion. 127 has gone purple in this sector alone. He's gone purple in the second sector. He's half a second faster than the lap, half a second a lap faster than the leaders. Eri Slater just ahead of the pole. Karol Pashovic in the LKE-powered Lenzo kart. Fastest through the speed trap has the pole been in the LKE-powered machine all week. 142 k's an hour for Karol Pashovic. He's clocked 140 that time, as opposed to Denner at 136. Fontana with a 46.860, fastest lap of the race. As we settle into a rhythm, it is Dana Viganol and Christian Bertuca who would take the title by just 9 points from Emilian Denner. He desperately needs to win. Bertuca in position 3. Do not be surprised if Matteo Viganol gets the word from pit lane. You know the famous line, Fernando is faster than you, the sister team. Matteo Viganol with Bertuca right behind him. He will not fight Bertuca, I promise you that. And they've already dropped off the reigning champion, Senator Van Wallstein. Yevon David in the background. He's lost 2 positions on that lap to Tom Luye. And the racing Romanian, the 6-time Romanian Kart Masters champion, Daniel Vasile. The Viral Art driver 104 from Bucharest. Pole position in the second round of the championship. As they race down the back straight, the former final cup winner as well. Daniel Vasile. Slater with a 46.752 up into P9. He's ahead of Brent Pashovic, Martinez, and Il Siciliano, Alex Marigliano, the WSK Final Cup champion in the Maranello kart. From grid 19, the Sicilians on the edge of the top 10. Viganol closes up on the back of Denner. As Emilian goes ever so wide, this super talent from Strasbourg in France, down through the gearbox. The only reason that Viganol will not slow up or give up racing room to his semi-teammate Bertuca is in fact if he can go by and take the race lead away from Emilian Denner. He may well do that. There's the Tony Carter, Tom Luye in the background. The Vortex-powered machine 110 of the European champion. Head of Daniel Vasile, David back to 7 from Fontana, and Slater P9. Viganol looks good here. The driver from nearby Bergamo looks over his right shoulder. Back to his quasi-teammate Christian Bertuca, who is still the championship leader. Down into turn 3. Denner is an awesome talent, as is Viganol. Christian Bertuca, a brilliant start to the 2023 season. He won the Champions Cup, he won the first round of this series at Lonato, and as you can see at the bottom right of your screen, he would take the title just, okay, 11 points, not 9. My mathematics is less than poor, particularly in the heat of the moment. The final round, the championship decider of the 2023 WSK Supermaster Series. 46.591 for Viganol, 0.2 of a second faster than the race leader Denner, who coolly, calmly looks over his shoulder at 139 k's an hour. 140 for Senator Van Wallstein, who's now been passed by Tom. The Tony kart's coming on strong. Tom Luye, who won at Franciacorta. The Tony kart's not out of this either. He's done a purple sector as well. There's the green machine in position 4. Tony Kart have won the WSK Supermaster Series, as we said in our introduction, 3 times with Marco Ardugo, 2014, 2015, and in 2018 again. And Tom Luye, he's P4 in the championship. He's on 192 points. But if these 3 come to grief and we don't wish it on them, well, don't discount the Frenchman who chokes the Vortex engine up into turn 1 at 137 k's an hour. Denner will not be intimidated by one of the hardest drivers in the world, but it matters not. Viganol up the inside. Denner tries to fight back. Martel for the Lennox Racing Team goes through to lead, looks over his shoulder. and says, cop that to a million. Bertuca's right there. Denner in the middle of a Lissone sandwich. Tom Luye in the Tony Cuts right on the leading trio. We're about to move into the second half of the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series here at the magnificent Cremona Circuit for 2023. The virtual championship, it will change as they cross the line. Bertuca 309 points, Denner 278. Emilian ED has to win it. He has to win the race to have any chance of taking the title. Viganol is storming away down through the chicane. The Charles Leclerc card for the Lennox Racing Team ahead of the Scotty Card Sigma. As Emilian Denner goes so deep on the brakes, and the championship leader is right behind him. Christian Caribou. Watch, not into the right-hander, but the left-hander coming up now. Bertuca needs to watch as well, because that's Tom in the Tony Kart. The Frenchman is coming on strong. The leading trio, it's now a fight between four. Vasile, the Romanian, goes by Senevier Waldstein. The former WSK champion in the 104 Virulat is in position 5. Tom Luye all over the back of Christian Bertuca. Cares nothing for the Italians' chances. Bertuca looks behind him, covers off the Frenchman in the Vortex-powered Tony Kart. What a race here this afternoon. It's Senevier Waldstein, his Sri Lankan teammate Devon David, who won the final heat yesterday afternoon. Freddie Slater, P8. Maxim Rem and Karol Pashovich, the pole in the Sicilian Lenzo Kart. Powered by the LKE, rounds out the 10. Viganor, 0.3 of a second, make that 0.4 of a second as they come across the line. Bertuca needs to be so careful here. He won the WSK Champions Cup to start the 2023 season on a freezing cold day on January the 29th at the centre of the karting universe. Just up the highway, South Garda Karting Renato, who won the first round of this Supermaster Series. A week later, the first weekend of February, Tom Luye back on top, the Frenchman at Franciacorta, one of the fastest, newest circuits in the world. Fast Freddy won last time out at Sano. Bertuca now looking nervous in position 3 in the second half of the final. Here at Cremona, they race across the line at 46.591, the fastest lap of the race. There is the virtual championship at the bottom right of your screen. P3 would be enough for Bertuca. Tom does not care, and he puts the Tony Kart up the inside. The Frenchman goes on through, but Bertuca gets him back on the exit. Side by side, wheel to wheel. That's the Romanian. Daniel Vasile behind him. Tom tries again in the Tony Kart. A brilliant race here at Cremona. The 6-time Romanian champion. The fastest qualifier for the second round of the series. The former WSK champion, Daniel Vasile, is coming on strong. The Viral Arts attack. The Soddy Karts in 2nd, 6th and 7th. Fast Freddy on the back of the freight train as well. There is now 0.39 of a second between Matteo Viganol on your screen for the Lennox Racing Team. And Emilian Denner in 2nd place. Bertuca would still take the title. Down the back straight at well over 100 k's an hour, hard on the brakes. Out of 3rd gear, 4th gear. Working the wheel through the left-hander. And then this famous double right. The best passing opportunity on the circuit. Denner's too far back to attack Viganol. Bertuca's too far back to attack Denner. And Tom in the Tony Kart sits in P4. The Romanian will attack the green machine imminently. There's Freddie Slater going through just ahead of Maxim Rem. Impressive performance for the German, who started the season racing in OK with Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Came across to race Kz2 for the final rounds of the Supermaster Series, and Maxim Rem is inside the top 10 in this world-class field, behind the former world champion Freddie Slater, his former RFM teammate, and ahead of Karol Pashovich. The gap, 0.5 of a second, 0.6 of a second. Viganol, the fastest driver on the circuit, actually puts himself into contention. A race win here this afternoon would see him take third in the title. The Italian veteran from the French star, and then Christian Cannibal. There's Tom Louillet now having to defend from the Romanian. Daniel Vasile, the final quarter of the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series for 2023. We'll check the gap as Matteo comes across the line. 0.617 last time. It's out to 0.7 of a second. A sinner down the inside. There's Yevon David. Nice move from the Sri Lankan. Down the inside, carts littered around the circuit. Piccini has also retired, along with his Italian teammate for the Birolard team, Giuseppe Palomba, who was out on the opening lap of the race. Viganol, 0.7 of a second ahead of this battle for second, third and fourth. Denner, Bertuca, and Tom in the Tony karts. Glued to the back of the Birolard, has a look down the inside. Christian Bertuca needs to be careful. The raging hot favourite coming into this, the final round. But he's looking nervous here. He would still take the title from Denner, who is helpless to do anything about Matteo, who's now 0.8 of a second clear. Matteo Viganol for the Lennox Racing Team, driving the CL kart on his way to victory seemingly in the final round under threatening skies here at Cremona. Down the back straight, hard under brakes goes Denner. Puts the Sodi kart in the middle of the circuit. Vasile and Yevon David have come together. There's Centerburn Wallstein going through. Slater moves up 2 positions, as does the German Maxim Rem. Marigliano in the Maranello, the Sicilian, the WSK Final Cup champion in the SRP Maranello. That's him turning into turn 1 now. Alex from Group 19 up into position 8. Yevon David, Daniel Vasile have joined the list of retirements, and that changes the championship ever so slightly. Bertuca would still take it from Denner and Viganol. Tom Louillet is running out of time, the Franciacorta race winner in the Vortex Power Tony Kart race at 401 RR chassis. The Franciacorta race winner, there's an opportunity. Denner closes the door on Bertuca. Bertuca does likewise on Tom. 2 laps now remaining for Il Bergamasco. 1.2 seconds between Matteo and Emilian Denner. The WSK Champions Cup champion in the red and white machine in the center of your screen, P3, and he will take the title just ahead of the driver who is immediately in front of him, defending for his life. That's Fast Freddy in the background. A storming drive from the Englishman. He's up into P6. What a race from Freddie Slater as Bertuca defends. Now tries to attack Denner. He won't get by there. As Matteo Viganol, Il Bergamasco starts il suo ultimo giro. 1.4 seconds. Viganol will win the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series for the Lennox Racing Team in the CL karts. Bertuca, if he can hold on for another half lap, will take the title. Denner looks over his shoulder. Bertuca does likewise. Tom in the Tony kart needs to attack, but he's run out of time. On your screen, Matteo Viganol, the former Super Cup champion, the former SCUSA Super Nationals champion, the former European race winner, and now he's about to come home third in the championship. He will win the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series with a stunning drive here at Cremona. Denner across the line in P2. Bertuca, third place in the race. Christian Cannibal is the WSK Supermaster Series champion for 2023. Birolard win the title again. The championship goes back to Lissone after Moraine Kramer's MK taking the 2021 title. Senna van Wallstein, who finishes P5 in the race, P6 in the championship, hands over the championship trophy to the new champion, his second WSK title for 2023. Andrea Kimi Antonelli joins us up here in the commentary box, the former WSK champion, and he just watched that from our commentary position. Absolutely enthralled. Kimi wishing he was out there on the circuit as well. Figano wins the race and Bertucca takes the title. Emilian Tanner 1.1 seconds behind Matteo at the end of the race. Bertucca P3, Tom in the Tony kart just couldn't quite get by. Finishes P4 in the race and P4 in the championship. Senna 5th in the race and 6th in the championship. Christian Bertucca is the new WSK Supermaster Series champion for 2023. Denner, a valiant drive, 2nd in the race and 2nd in the series. And Matteo Vigano wins the final round of the championship to take 3rd in the series. Stay with us on WSK.it as we collect the abandoned carts of Yevon David, Daniel Vassilet, Piccini, Palomba and Jean Louillet, the retirements from the Kz2 final, the Kz2 podium, and then the championship podium in just a moment, live from Cremona. Drivers make their way down from Parc Ferme, and we're ready to get underway with the podium presentation. The drivers make their way down from Parc Ferme. 2 Italians and a Frenchman. A nail-biting finish. Christian Bertucca looked as though he had it in the bag in the early rounds of the series, but boy, did he have to fight for it. at the end of the championship. Birilat take back the championship.
I wonder what went wrong today, eh? Why do I feel like I linger? Linger between the words to say, eh? To say the words you remember. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all. Lose it all. Lose it all. Feel it in your arms. Feel it in your legs. Feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. Just let your body go. Just let your body go. Just let your body go.
Il podio per Kz2. So the drivers now arriving down from Parc Ferme. The wind has certainly picked up. We've got one final to race here. Kz2 podium and then the championship podium. I hate to tell you, for our viewers watching live on wsk.it and also Motorsport TV, that it is now starting ever so slightly to rain here at Cremona. So first, the race podium presentation and then the championship. Christian Cannibal is the new champion. He doesn't win the race, but he takes his WSK title for the second time.
Now we will go back home today, eh? Until the very last hour. We still got a few more days to slay, eh? It's gonna get so much louder. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul.
So the drivers make their way down to the podium. Firstly, the race presentation and then the championship for 2023. Round 4 of the 2023 WSK Supermaster Series for Kz2. Third place in the race for Team Birilat, Christian Cannibal Bertuca. Another world-class performance for the Frenchman, all championship P2 in the race for the Sodi Kart racing team, the Frenchman, Emilien Denner. A dominant drive for the Italian, il vincitore qui a Cremona, il bergamasco, Matteo Vigano. Third place, round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series for Birilat, Christian Bertuca. Second place for Sodi Kart together with CPB Sport, the Frenchman, Emilien Denner. The winner of round 4 here at Cremona, una vittoria fantastica, Matteo Vigano. The national anthem of Italia. The podium for Kz2, round 4 of the WSK Supermaster Series, Christian Bertuca, Emilien Denner, and the winner here at Cremona, Matteo Vigano. Grazie Christian, merci Emilien. Una parola con il vincitore, Matteo. Step up here with the champion for the Lennox Racing team in the CL Kart. Matteo, we were all watching the battle for the championship between Emilien and also Christian. You simply went on and won the race. Congratulations, a brilliant drive.
Yeah, thank you very much. Honestly, it's been a good weekend overall. We have the good speed since we start practicing here. And I knew they were fighting for the championship, so I just think about doing my race. That's it.
You thought brilliantly and you won a brilliant race. Congratulations, winner of round 4 of the Super Masters Series. Stay with us on WSK.IT. This is the race podium, the championship podium for this, the Super Masters Series, in just a moment. That was the race podium presentation, and with that, the 2023 WSK Super Master Series. In third place in the championship with that stunning drive, Matteo Vigano. Second place in the 2023 WSK Super Master Series for Sodicat, the Frenchman, Emilien Denner. He won the season opening WSK Champions Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the top step of the podium, the new WSK Super Master Series champion for Team Piroulat, Christian Cannibal Bertuca. Third place for the Lennox Racing team with the CL Kart, Matteo Vigano. Second place for the Frenchman for Sodicat with CPB Sport, Emilien Denner. The new Super Master Series champion, Christian Bertuca. The podium for a hard-fought WSK Super Masters Series Kz2 Championship. Congratulations to Matteo. Felicitations aussi à Emilien. And the new champion, Christian Bertuca. Prendiamo la parola da Christian Bertuca. We'll have a quick word with the new champion. Christian, a stunning start to the season. The Champions Cup, you won the first round of the series. It looked as though you were already the title favourite. But it got a little bit more difficult from there, and you just have taken a very worthy title.
Yeah, for sure, it's been really fought for it, and Emilien was really good in his race pace, and we had a bit of difficulties and my mistakes in the race. We tried to fix myself, reset my head, and just have fun, because for me, having fun, you just go faster and don't think about it, and for sure it helped me a lot.
Grande, bravissimo. Dove sono I tuoi? Più felice che ci sono qui in pista. Ecco. Congratulations, our Kz2 WSK Super Master Series podium. Stay with us. There's one race to go. You know it will be dynamite. It is the OK Final. back here at Cremona for the final of the afternoon. And this is promising to be possibly the best yet. The OK final with the Belgian to start in the eerste positie. Thomas Stralvan will be where Sam Budler, the Kart Republics, will lock out the front row of the grid. But it is James Zagotzi in the Tony Kart who is the championship leader. Before we race the 21-lap final, let's check out the highlights from here this week at Cremona. Fabulous highlights from some fabulous racing. This is the 22nd circuit that WSK Promotion has raced at in its 18-year history. This is the Cremona karting circuit, about 1 hour south of Milan, depending on how fast you drive. And I think it's something like 33 kilometres exactly to the site of what was once the world-famous Parma circuit. A very decent walk or a casual bike ride up to that famous circuit, which is now under a Decathlon shopping centre. This is Cremona, cementing itself as one of the finest motorsport complexes in Europe. Cremona Karting and the Kart Republics lock out the front row of the grid for the final, the 21-lap final. But it is James Zagotzi who is the championship leader on 251 points from the Paralin driver, René Lammers on 172 points, tied with the Great Dane David Walter, who won the season-opening WSK Champions Cup, Luigi Coluccio, who won last time out, the Italian, on 140 points in fourth place. René Lammers, though, has not had the best weekend and will need a miracle to take the title, with all due respect. He starts mid-pack in the grid. David Walter, a DNF in the pre-final, has put a big hole in the Great Dane's chances. James Zagotzi, the American for the Tony Kart racing team, looking to take the title a year after his teammate, now his former teammate, Joe Turney, wrapped up the WSK Supermaster Series at Sano 12 months ago. There is the boy from Bangkok, Thailand, Enzo Tarvanishkal, about to jump in the Prema Kart Republic, old school style, along with Luigi Coluccio. Reminiscent, a bit of deja vu there, the good old days of Super A and Formula A 100cc. Let's take a look at the grid. The fastest qualifier, Thomas Stralvan, on pole position, alongside the driver from Joburg, Luvier Sam Budler, KK for the DPK team, alongside Little Louis Iglesias, Nathan Tai, Sebastiano Pavan, Kavalkin and Agozzi, the championship leader. Simon Reckermacher for the team that won the title in 2018, the TB Racing driver, alongside Miguel Costa, Stoltzmanis, the brilliant young Australian Xavier Avramidis, Guadish, Tarvanishkal, Coluccio, Bogunovic, Martin Molnar, the Austrian Keanu Bloom, René Lammers second in the championship at out of 19, alongside the Prema of Jan Pugui. Len Nice, Yannick Shurovsky, Poulan, the Tony Kart drivers together, pop off, hell yes. Butzard, Newman Chi, David Walter back in 28. Kostelic for Forza Racing, the Slovenian, is back after injury. Michael Ida, Il Bresciano for Team CRG. Kuklani, Joel Bergstrom, Kuman, Dante Vinci. Watch Artem Severukian comes storming through from the back of the pack. And the same can be said for the Italian, Simon White. Simone Bianco 239 in the CRG out of grid 36. They come around, this will not be a start. We'll get an extra formation lap just as the sun comes out to shine. Stand by. If you are watching us live on Motorsport TV, I was going to say turn your phone off, but then you'll miss our coverage. Whatever you do, don't take any calls, don't take any messages. Don't flick over to Insta if you're watching us on the Facebook page of WSK Promotion. Settle back, don't go anywhere for the next 25 minutes or so. This will be an absolutely spectacular race. We will decide the title. The WSK Supermaster Series title for 2023. Joe Turney, the reigning champion, racing in the United States Pro Kart Series this weekend. He's not here at Cremona. He won the title for the green team. And James Agozzi is the championship leader for the Tony Kart racing team. Rafa Kamada, 21. Nicky de Bedron in 20. Dexter the Scotsman a year prior. Hannes Janker for the TB Motorsport team. That was after Clement Novak won it in 2017. Clement winning it for Tony Kart. Lorenzo Travisunuto for Ward Racing a year prior. Nicholas Nielsen, Callum Eilert, Dorian Boccolacci, Max Verstappen, and the first two champions in 2010 and 2011 were Antonio Giovinazzi. Thomas on pole position. We race. Sam Budla darts across from the outside of the front row of the grid as the Kart Republics are split. Great start from the Tony Kart as the field muscle their way down through the first two corners. Super start from little Louis Iglesias. The CRG driver, we know his uncle Jeremy is like a jet off the start. He's taught his nephew well. Louis Iglesias shoots up into second place. Keanu Bloom has retired at the exit of turn 2. The Austrian is out. That's Sebastiano Pavan going through in the first of the Tony Kart racing team entries. Agozzi will keep one eye on the American, who's the championship leader, as they come across the line for the first time. Thomas from P1, Louis up into second place ahead of Sambudla. The South African, that's James in P4. He's got by Pavan. Nathan Ty goes by in position 5. Kutzkot, Pavan, Kavalkan, Costa. Good start from Xavier Abramides. Rene Lammers already on the charge. He's up into 15th place. We'll keep one eye on the Dutchman, the 3-time WSK Junior champion, Rene Lammers from Zandvoort. His father, Jan Lammers, just arriving at the circuit this morning. The former Grand Prix racer, the former Le Mans winner in 1988. It'll be one almighty drive if Rene Lammers can take the title as they complete lap 2. The Dutchman in position 15 at the moment. He's moved up to 14. So it is Strauva, the Belgian, Louis Iglesias, the Frenchman, from Joburg in South Africa. It's Louvier ahead of the American, who's also the championship leader, James Agozzi. James on the back of Louvier. This ferocious battle between the Tony Kart and Kart Republic teams. Let's be honest, it is an absolute dead-set war. It rages on as the field go down the back straight. Agozzi, the American, he won the first round of the championship at Lonato. He made his debut in the Italian F4 Championship at the Imola Formula 1 Grand Prix circuit 7 days ago, and he just drives up the inside of the South African, who's now off the podium. Gestures to Louvier. Either come with me, let's work together, or maybe it was, what on earth are you doing? Either way, Sam Budla from Joburg is off the podium. He has been lightning quick. The South African in the second Kart Republic, the first of which is in position 1. What about the performance of Louis Iglesias in the CRG in P2? Fastest lap of the race for Sebastiano Pavan. The Tony Kart will come on strong. As the breeze picks up, the sun disappears, the clouds are getting heavier. It is getting slightly darker. We just had a couple of drops of rain, very, very lightly here at Cremona. We were expecting a very light shower. Let's hope it can hold off for the remainder of this race as Agozzi sets the fastest lap of the race, a 47.422. Thomas Strauvan, the Belgian, pole position in qualifying his third race with the Kart Republic team. Lives just a few kilometres from the Genk circuit in his home country of Belgium. 4 heat wins from 4 starts. He starts from pole position for the final. And he's got a 6/10 of a second lead over Little Louis Iglesias in the CRG. Lammers up into P13. He's ahead of Coluccio in P14. Iglesias superb. We'll check the gap. 0.6 of a second, 0.7 as Thomas puts down a purple 47.241. Kirill Kutzkov now with a 47.1. KK P7 for TPK. Almost into the 46ers on an increasingly dark afternoon at Cremona. Gr3 in P3. The former WSK Euro Open Cup champion in juniors for the Tony Kart racing team from Miami, Florida. Won the first round of the series. As we say, he made his maiden debut race at the U10 Formula 1 Grand Prix circuit for the German PHM racing team 7 days ago. Won the first round at Lonato. He's in P3. That will be enough to take the title. 301 points for Gr3. This is the virtual championship, I'm telling you. 201 for Stralvan. Lammers 180 points, and he's stuck down in 13th place behind Rekamaka, Abramides, Costa, Maciej Guadic, and ahead of last round's winner, Luigi Coluccio. The order at the bottom of your screen for the championship. James Gr3 can virtually make a metaphorical pit stop and walk this one in. We lose the CRG driver. Oh, Simone Bianco, that's disappointing for the Italian. He walks back to the pits and he's out. There's his teammate, Little Louis, in second place, being caught by the American. Fastest lap of the race now for Liviu Sampudla. He did this consistently throughout the heats. Admittedly, less experience than the drivers around him, but he's got tremendous speed. And the Kart Republic is coming on strong. Gr3 can afford to wave him by. He won't, but he can afford to, and he'll still take the title. Nathan Tai goes by in position 5. Pavan Kutzkov, the Falcon. Xavier Abramides. What a performance for the young Australian in P9 who won his final heat 24 hours ago. His first year racing in Europe. Abramides 2.59 ahead of Miguel Costa. Guadic and Lammers now up to P12. 1 second between Thomas and Louis Iglesias. Sampudla's coming on strong as Kirill Kutzkov puts down a 46.927. KK goes under the 47-second bracket. There's the Russian for the Spanish TPK racing team in P7 ahead of Kavalkan. Sampudla. 239 CRG you just saw, that was Simone Bianco's card. Second DNF in the championship. As Gr3 and Sampudla work together, and Iglesias is now off the podium. Has to respond. Little Louis from the French FFSA championship. Less experience, his uncle is Jeremy Iglesias, the 2020 world champion. He's taught his nephew well, who's driving the wheels off the 272 CRG, but he's just lost 2 places with that move. James Gr3 will walk the title in. Liviu Sampudla, the South African, up on the podium. It's a Kart Republic 1-3, the Tony Kart in second, but the green team will take the title for the second year in a row. Nathan Tai on the podium in the Champions Cup. Liviu Sampudla missed it. He finished 4th in the season opener, but he's now starting to close in on the back of James Gr3. There's his teammate Thomas Stralvan, uncatchable. A 46.7 versus a 46.9 for James Gr3. 1.9 seconds between the Belgian and the American. As it stands, Gr3 would take the title by a massive 110 points over the Belgian, who would win the race, Thomas Stralvan. Sampudla, though, wants second place for a Kart Republic 1-2. You know that James won't let him have it easy, but Sampudla's got the speed. Watch, not into this, the left-hander, but the right-hander now. Sampudla follows him through, and Iglesias starts to fight back. we move into the second half of the OK Final, round 4, the WSK Supermaster Series. Thomas Stralvan races across the line at 128 k's an hour. 127 for Sam Budla. 128 for Gr3 in the Vortex Power Tony Karts. Artur Poulan, the Vortexes are quick. He's done 129 k's an hour as Gr3 makes a slight mistake. He knows it. The American can't throw it away. He's got an enormous lead in the championship, but he's only got a few centimetres between himself and the South African Sam Budla, who's now being caught by Louis Iglesias, who's now starting to fight back. Nathan Ty up into P5. Watch the bridge on the back of the young Frenchman. Sebastiano Pavard dives down the inside. He goes by Nathan Ty. What a move by Sebastian. And Kirill Kutzkov, who just said fastest lap after fastest lap. The Russian for the Spanish DPK racing team is coming on strong. 9 laps remaining. The gap is 2.6 seconds between Stralvan and James Gr3. It's the length of the back straight. There is the champion in waiting from Miami, Florida. It's been some time since an American driver has won a WSK title. We think back to Logan, who won the Champions Cup in 2016 at Adria for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Trying to rack my brains who the other ones were. The Belgian would win the race as it stands at the moment. Logan winning the WSK Champions Cup ahead of Carol Bash and Christian Lundgaard, who ironically is now racing in the IndyCar World Series in the United States of America. There's James Gr3 from Miami, the champion in waiting. 311 points to 201 for Thomas Stralvan, who puts in a purple sector. Thomas is gone. Rene Lammers matches him though, but he's back in 11th place. The order is Gr3, Stralvan, Lammers in the championship. It is Stralvan, Gr3 and Sam Budla in the race. Thomas P1 almost the length of the main straight now. 3 seconds exactly. Sam Budla from Joburg. A nation with a long, proud history in world motorsport. But it's been some time since we've had a South African on the podium in world motorsport. The WSK karting, of course, the Vanderlyn brothers in the DTM. Luviwe in P3, too far back to pounce on James as we start the 16th lap of the race. Louis Iglesias has lost 2 positions. A brilliant performance for young Louis. In the background, Iglesias back to P7 ahead of Cavalcan, Avramidis and Costa. But Louis Iglesias growing up on the Brignoles circuit in the south of France. The circuit of the Bianchi family, managed by Philippe Bianchi, father of the late great Jules Bianchi, who won the first ever WSK title, the International Series for Maranello in 2006. Home circuit of Louis Iglesias. The Frenchman in the CRG has done a brilliant job here all weekend at Cremona. He won't make the podium, but he can hold his head up high as Luviwe down the inside. James lets him go through. Does not need to fight, but he will. Luviwe slow on the exit. Look at Sebastiano in the background. Pavard is flying. Thomas is gone. Stralvan on his way to victory. It is 4 seconds between the Belgian and the South African. James had a big walk down the inside of Luviwe. Pavard P4, he's faster than his teammate. James has a look behind, somewhat of a relief as he sees it is a green card and lets him on through. Does not fight his teammate Sebastian. He's on the podium, waves in acknowledgement. The Italian to his American teammate. No problem for Gr3, he'll still take the title, even if Kutzkov, who's now getting close to the back of the 204 Tony Car, passes him as well. The only concern is as Stralvan goes by, there's Luviwe. Look at the front nose cone, look at the front fairing of Sebastiano Pavard. It does not look, well, let's say it doesn't look healthy. Let's hope for his sake It is 5. Agotzi back to 4. 291 points to 201 points for Strovan. He can coast from here. He won't. Kirill Putzkov, though, will attack the American. Nathan Tai, Iglesias, Cavalcan, Avramidis. What a performance for the young Australian. He's P9 ahead of Miguel Costa, the Brazilian-American from Monte Carlo, in position 10. 3 laps now remaining for the Belgian. Chokes the engine. The Miami-powered Kart Republics run 1-2. The Tony cars powered by the Vortexes, 3 and 4, but they'll take the title. Pavan, P3. There's James Agotzi, the champion in waiting, in 3 laps' time. Former WSK champion already in the Open Series in junior, always for the Tony Kart racing team. Kavalkin going through Avramidis, Costa, Lammers, Tavanishko, Koluchil, Nice. Len Nice ahead of Stolchamanis and David Walter from grid 28, position 16. The Dane, not so great this afternoon. Again, chokes the engine. Ricks chins up the mixture on the Miami engine, which is smashing the rev limiter at 16,000 RPM at 127, 128 k's an hour here at Cremona. 126 for some Budler that time around, but he's still in position 2. And he's put a little bit of a gap between himself and the Italian Sebastiano Pavan. Kutzkov, tie, goes by down through the chicane on the penultimate lap of the race. The fight that we were expecting did not eventuate. Thomas Strovan has walked away with this one. Superb performance from Louis Iglesias in the CRG, the young Frenchman, behind Nathan Tai, ahead of Anatoly Kavalkin. That's Kutzkov. This is Thomas Strovan. Time for the famous line for the Dutch-speaking Belgian. Dit is de laatste ronde voor de piloot van België in de eerste positie. Thomas on his last lap in position 1. Strovan, a dominant performance all weekend. The fastest qualifier is his teammate. Puts in a 46.367. On the last penultimate lap, he's gone fastest, has some Budler. This is his teammate, a crushing victory for Thomas Strovan, but it will be Tony Kart to take the title for the 2nd year in a row. Out of the right-hander for the final time. The checkered flag is about to wave. Thomas Strovan destroys the field here at Cremona. The Belgian wins. His South African teammate across the line, Sam Budler 2nd, Pavan 3rd, and that is the new champion, James Agotzi. The American is the 2023 WSK Supermaster Series champion. Strovan wins by 3.5 seconds over Sam Budler, who makes the podium. Sebastian finishes in P3, but his Tony Kart teammate is the new champion for 2023. And the rain held off. It's looking ominous here in Cremona in the north of Italy, but we raced on a dry circuit. Thomas, from the outset, the fastest qualifier, has won the final round of the WSK Supermaster Series, but James Agotzi, the American for the Tony Kart racing team, is the new champion of the WSK Supermaster Series for 2023. Thomas, wait, mate. Thomas takes the victory, and look at the gap, 3.5 seconds. Great to see the South African, the boy from Joburg on the and Sebastian home in 3rd place. James Agotzi, and 4th place is enough for the American to take the title. Kutzkov, Little Louis, ahead of Anatoly Kavalkin. Great drive all weekend from Xavier Avramidis. Nathan Tai and Miguel Costa in P10. Rene Lammers, position 11, but 3rd in the championship. Stay with us on WSIT. The final podium of the afternoon. A brilliant weekend of racing here at this world-class Cremona Circuit. First, the race podium, Thomas, Lubiwe and Sebastian. And then we award the title, the new champion. The title stays with Tony Kart for 2023. We'll have the podium presentation in just a moment. Se vuoi aprire. A fabulous finish to a fabulous weekend of racing here at the Cremona Circuit, and thankfully the rain held off. From here we go to La Conca Murolacese World Circuit, the most beautiful circuit in the world. That's on the 10th of June for the WSK Mini Super Cup, and then the WSK Euro Series. That's at Franciacorta in September. Between then, for the Italian F4 Championship, well and truly kicks off. We're back at Misano next weekend. Drivers make their way up to the podium. Thomas, Sebastian, James, Luviwe, of course, the race podium first, and then the championship for 2023. Round 4 of the WSK Supermasters Series. In third place with a great race, the Italian for the Tony Kart Racing Team, Sebastiano Pafan. Second place in the final round of the championship. Let's hear it for the boy from Johannesburg, the South African, Luviwe Sampudla. A dominant performance from the outset of qualifying. He was untouchable. The Kart Republic driver from Belgium has dominated the final round of the WSK Supermasters Series. The winner here at Cremona, Thomas Strovan. Third place in round 4 of the championship here at Cremona for the Tony Kart Racing Team, Sebastiano Pafan. Second place in the final round, the South African, Luviwe Sampudla. He crushed the field here at Cremona. He wins the final round of the championship, Thomas Strovan. The national anthem of Belgium. The final round of the WSK Supermaster Series 4OK. Third place, Sebastiano Pafan. Second, Luviwe Sampudla. And Thomas Strovan wins here at Cremona. Congratulations to Sebastian, Luviwe and Thomas. Just don't go anywhere yet, Sebastian and Luviwe. A quick word with our race winner. Cardi must be happy. That was a dominant victory. Stay with us, Luviwe and Sebastian.
Yeah, it was a very good win. Had like big gap, so we just stretched the lead, and then Sampudla was quite fast as well, but we had a gap already, so yeah. And we bring the victory home, so yeah.
Kari must be happy.
Yeah, he's very happy, I think.
Congratulations, Thomas. A dominant performance in the final round of the championship. We'll take a very quick break, just a couple of seconds, and then we will award the title for 2023. The final podium presentation of the afternoon. This is the WSK Supermaster Series Championship for 2023. A tough weekend, but he comes home third place in the 2023 championship. The Dutchman for Team Paralin, René Lammers. The crushing victory we'd just seen a few moments ago elevates the Belgian to second in the championship. The vice champion of the WSK Supermaster Series for 2023 is the Cremona race winner, Thomas Strofan. And the title stays with Tony Kart. Welcome to the top step of the podium, all the way from the USA, the new WSK Supermaster Series champion, James Gr3. Third place in the championship for Team Paralin van the Netherlands, René Lammers. Second place to the Belgian for Czech Republic, Thomas Strofan. Tony Kart take the title in 2022. They retain it with James Gr3, the new champion for the Tony Kart racing team. Congratulations to René. Thomas, stay with us this time. Don't go too far away. We have to get a word with James Gr3. Your teammate, your former teammate, Joseph Turney, won the title for 2022 for the green team. You made your F4 debut at Imola last week. What a dream run. You are the new champion.
Yeah, it feels great. It's been a lot of work to get to this point. 4 races of consistent results, but I'm very happy that the team was able to provide everything I needed, as well as the engines, everything. So the team did a great job, and we really deserve this result. Thank you.
Just trying to check, we think that the last American champion in WSK was Logan in the Champions Cup in 2016, so you're following in good footsteps. Congratulations, James Gr3.
Actually, I did win the WSK Open Cup in 2021, but thank you very much.
Well, the last since Logan. Congratulations to James. That wraps up everything here from Cremona. It's been a brilliant weekend of racing the WSK Supermasters Series. From here, we go to beautiful La Conca for the WSK Mini Super Cup on the 10th of June. Thanks for watching. We'll see you at La Conca. Ciao.